cross-time each other if you want.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure you'll time each other.
Yeah.
But
All right. So, opposition ready? Judge ready? Partner ready? And begin. I'd like to thank everyone for being here today. The resolution is that the U.S. federal government should pass the Stop Militarizing Law Enforcement Act of 2015. The definitions are contextually defined. The type of debate will be policy, and the criteria will be net benefits. The plan is the resolution that the federal government will pass the act. The time frame is immediate, and the agent of enforcement is the U.S. federal government. The harms right now is that the law enforcement is overarmed for a civilian community. This makes bringing harm to people, especially those who are not guilty of any crimes, very easier and much more possible. A recent case of this is that a toddler was actually critically injured after a no-knock police raid, and he was injured by a flash grenade, which resulted in third and first degree burns to the toddler's body. The main point of this argument is that if cops conduct a raid that ends up putting a child in a hospital with critical burns, and it did nothing to violate their policy, then there's something seriously wrong with that policy. Our first advantage is police brutality. Right now, the uniqueness is that $500 million is used for weapons surplus that the police are using, and police brutality rates are actually rampant in most recent years. The ownership of weaponry, especially firearms, is highly correlated with a need to actually use those firearms, and this is just common knowledge. Because that's just the way. It's especially true in the United States because we live in a culture of guns. Because they were first thought of for like protection or just practical uses such as like hunting, but over the years, because guns have gotten more and more advanced, they've become more interesting, and therefore more of a need has developed to acquire and therefore use these guns. Right now, the status quo is that the LAUSD has actually received military grade weapons through a policy known as the 1033 program, which authorizes the transfer of surplus weaponry from the military to school districts on a national level. This means, and this is not only true for the LAUSD, but at least 5 other districts in Texas have actually followed suit. The question here is, why do school districts need weapons at all, let alone weapons of such caliber? The weapons, excuse me. These weapons, our argument is that these weapons don't need to be in civilian populations, let alone school districts, where they could, as I've stated before, have the potential to actually bring harm to the students, even death. The solvency is that the law will be, not Stop Militarizing Law Enforcement Act will be passed. The impact of this is that this will remove the weapons from civilian populations, specifically also those school districts, and therefore it will be like almost like that much more impossible for the negligence of such usage of weaponry will bring any harm to like any of the students or any of the faculty, let alone any civilians in that population. Moving on to advantage 2, the U.S. perception on an international scale. The harms is that the U.S. is currently perceived as a power-hungry and militant and irresponsible nation by not only our enemies but also our allies. Some of our allies in terms of our policing methods and whatnot. And this is bad for the U.S. image. The reason why this is a problem, the impact of this is that the impact of this is that if other nations see us as power-hungry and irresponsible, this will hurt our image, and we will lose national influence over in the world. And this will allow other nations to side with other alternative world powers, such as Russia and China, who are actually rising in power right now. And the reason why they are not suited for being the world power right now is because for different reasons. For instance, Russia has been criticized for being a totalitarian-like state, whereas China has been known for being, say, more hostile in, say, women's rights issues, or human rights in general. So the U.S., because they've been handling the status quo so far very to the best of the ability that the world could provide, they are the most suited to be the world power, and we cannot lose that. So the solvency is that this again, this law will be passed, which will eliminate the usage of such deadly force from police usage, and therefore it will help the U.S. image, and therefore sustain the status quo of being a world power. And that's all I got. Thank you, Judge.
Sorry, do you time roadmaps?
No.
Okay. So the order then will be 2 off, and then case in order. Right? Okay. The first off is going to be E-Spec. The A is the interpretation, is that they must pass and implement the bill. When you look at the resolution today, it says the United States federal government will pass and implement the Stop Militarization Law Enforcement Act of 2015. They have to specify the method of implementation in order to to fully uphold the resolution. The B is the violation, is that they just pass the bill and say that it will be implemented, but they don't specify any way as to how it will be implemented. The C is the standards. The first is that this creates a moving target. When they don't enforce the implementation, this means that you can just get out of any of the offense by saying it will be enforced. The second is going to be the judge intervention, is that police together, they don't piece together how exactly this will work and how exactly the implementation works. Specifically, is they have to actually remove all of the weapons, and there's a hefty process in terms of actually getting rid of all these weapons, which will require a lot of enforcement. Also, to maintain that these weapons don't get access. This judge intervention is bad because this means that the engagement of arguments don't matter, and this leads to exclusion of judges to prefer leads to exclusion and judges to prefer one team over the other. The third is going to be that ground loss and access to arguments is based on the implementation as well as access to picks. The D is the impacts. The first is that you should vote them down for fairness. They justify not defending the entire resolution, which sets a precedent for other teams to be able to not uphold the entirety of the resolution. But in addition to that, is they ultimately skew us out of ground, which decreases our ability to engage in the debate. The second is going to be that of education, is that we lose out on topic-specific education about the resolution. Obviously, this resolution was selected for a reason, because this is a topic that is important and should be discussed, and we lose out on how we can actually discuss the implementation and the enforcement of this. Next, to the counterplan. The United States federal government will pass and implement the Stop Militarization Law Enforcement Act of 2015 with the exception of Section 3.2. The USFG will pass and implement the Stop Militarization Law Enforcement Act of 2015 with the exception of Section 3.2. Solvency. The first is going to be that the counterplan solves 100% of the affirmative because it prevents it actually prevents the ban of all of these weapons. The second argument is going to be that this 3.2 section is crucial because this allows for police to apply for special exemptions to the DoD, meaning if they can justify a need for these weapons, they can actually still get access to them if they can make this justification. The third is going to be that the counterplan makes the weapons 100% illegal, so you still get access to the solvency you talk about being able to prevent these weapons from being accessed. The next is going to be the competition. Is that the first is that this is going to compete through net benefits by avoiding the case terms we will address in a minute for what the exemption causes. The second is going to be that it is textually competitive, which means that it is not permeable. They cannot pass the bill in its entirety and implement it and then go in with this exemption. Any permutation would be severance. Severance is bad because this also creates a moving target and would decrease the amount of fairness in the round. All right, go to the case. The first is going to be a no solvency. Is that the enforcement is going to be faulty. The A under here is that the police can still apply for this. They can still apply for these weapons under the DoD waiver. This means that this destroys affirmative solvency. The second under here, under this case or under this argument, is going to be that this turns the entirety of your arguments because all the police have to do is justify this, and which means that they would still have the same violence that the affirmative talks about. The second solvency is going to be that the plan doesn't solve because it doesn't retrain the police officers. The A is going to be that most of the deaths don't actually come from these weapons, these militarized weapons, but you can look to Mike Brown, who was shot with a 9mm weapon, showing that it's the mentality in the police department that is causing the problem and not, in fact, these weapons. On to the case. Yeah, well, the first is going to be... Yeah, the first case turn is going to be that this normalizes militarization by passing this, because this restricts any other restricts any other laws from passing with and gives them limited ability to reform. The next, the B under here is going to be that police under this exemption must be subject to this jurisdiction. But the C is going to be that this creates the idea. This creates the idea that the problem has been solved, that they have been able to deal with the conflicts that have been going on with the police department without actually isolating the fact that they use racially biased statistics in order to be able to access these sort of things and to be able to enact violence on these people. You can look to a town in Georgia who justifies getting a tank from the DoD because they argue that they had quote unquote urban activity, which really meant that they had higher populations of people, of color. This sort of mentality, as long as the police have this sort of mentality, this will continue, which means that you get absolutely no solvency by just removing the weapons. You don't actually solve back for the root cause. Onto the case. On the harms that they talk about, they say that these injuries happen because of this raid. These raids will still occur. They will still occur just without the weapons, which means that any psychological damage that happens, they don't specify this as being unique to being these military weapons, which means that you could never be able to solve back for it as long as these raids still take place. Your plan doesn't actually restrict the amount of raids that happen, which means that you would never be able to solve back for it. Again, you'd probably just be masking the issue and thinking that we are resolving these issues and allow these things to continue to go on. On the advantage, they talk about how there are these how police brutality is rampant and how there is a mindset in the United States where we like weapons and we like to use weapons. This is probably a reason as to why they would just apply for the exemptions in the first place, which is why the plan would never be able to solve back for it. We would argue that they already use these racially biased statistics in order to request these sort of weapons, which means that they would go in and request the exemptions, the reasons to why the affirmative would never be able to solve back for it. All the arguments about how the LAUSD and these school districts don't have the weapons are good, but in a world where they can still get access to the weapons through these exemptions, which we've seen similar instances happen in the past, you can look to the Georgia incident, this means that they would still be able to get access to it and you would never be able to solve back for it. You say you would remove the weapons insolvency. Just because you remove them doesn't mean you prevent them from ever being able to have access to it. On the advantage too, on the harms, you say that the U.S. is seen as power hungry. You don't give any reason as to how this uniquely relates to this access to weapons, but on the impacts, you see that other nations will see us as power hungry and they won't want to side with us. My first response is going to be that there are several other countries who are just as worse. You can see the militarization of the police in Russia. People aren't going to go and side with Russia over us, but especially the fact that if we allow for these sort of exemptions to take place, this means that we are going back on our word. This would probably hurt us even more when we say, oh, hey, we are trying to resolve this issue. We pass this policy, but we don't actually do anything to deal with the issue. This is similar to things that we've seen in like Syria, where we say we're going to go in and actually prevent from these chemical weapons being used, but we don't actually do anything about it. This probably hurts our credibility even more, which means that the affirmative is only going to trigger other countries moving away from us. They say on solvency that they also are going to be eliminating the deadly force of the police. This does not change the fact that we are still in other countries using drones, which would probably be more of a reason for other countries to not like us. At the end of the day, the counterplan is able to solve for more of the affirmative than the affirmative is actually able to do. We don't allow for these exemptions to still take place. You can look specifically to the LASD, for example, how training has ingrained them to use racial biases and I'm going to do it. In the LAPD, they have in instructional videos to say to target people of color and pull them over, and because they believe that they are more of a threat, which means that this mindset is ingrained into the police department. The best that we can do is at least prevent them from actually getting the weapons.
All right, so I'm gonna go T, counterplan, and then case in order. Opponent ready? Judge ready? The negative stated that we were not clear enough in our enforcement standards, and that because we were not clear enough in our enforcement standards, they lost ground to any sort of access to arguments that they would have had against our enforcement. Now, obviously, the plan is to go with the resolved and to pass this law. Now, what this would effectively do is eliminate the usage first. It doesn't matter whether the guns are actually being removed from the hands of the police yet. It's just eliminating the usage immediately. That is effective immediately once it's passed. So it doesn't matter how long it takes to physically collect the merchandise. It is effective immediately. And we did not say that they don't have any links, so we've not attacked them in any way. We've not disupheld any of their arguments because of our stance. There's been no in-round abuse. They still have complete access. We've not said that they don't have access to any of their arguments, so there's really no abuse here. I don't see how they could say that we have abuse. Go ahead.
So under the law, how would you go and like gather the weapons that they already have?
I'm saying it doesn't matter because the law is just going to stop the use of them right now. It'll be collected eventually. It doesn't matter because there's so much surplus. Why does it matter that they need to be collected immediately and how that collection happens?
Okay.
Next, let's go into the counterplan, and the counterplan says that there will be no section 3.2, and they attacked in our plan strongly about how these appeals for necessary stuff is bad and that we need to eliminate that. And what I would like to talk about are things that this act excludes that need to be used by the police, which is what the counterplan does not address. And one of the ones that I want to mention is things like tactical vehicles. Tactical vehicles are heavily armed, highly mobile, multi-wheeled vehicles that were used by the military in defense of IEDs and other sort of explosives and things like that. And then when passed to the police departments, can be used to protect police while being transported to SWAT raids or dangerous situations or riots, and are also used in natural disaster cleanup. These vehicles are something that clearly a Crown Vic squad car can't do, and these are needed by the police in order to respond effectively to situations. These vehicles aren't weapons. These vehicles aren't going to kill anybody. Police don't have tanks. These are response vehicles that are needed by the police that this law would allow to be taken away from them. So the appeals are used for things deemed necessary. The appeals aren't going to say, oh, that means our law is just null and void, because they're going to appeal every single thing and it's all going to get approved and nothing's going to change. That's obviously not true. That's not how these things happen. So going into what the negative said about the appeals coming from a school district, and I highly doubt that if a school district appeals for militarized weapons that appeal would be granted. So I don't know why schools having guns is a good thing. We're definitely trying to take guns away from the LA school district. I don't think anyone would support that we need high-grade military weapons in these situations. Now, going on to the case. They said that we had no solvency, and the resolved offers all of the solvency you would need. It stops the use of these weapons and these needless things immediately. So saying that we have no solvency is ignoring what the resolved is talking about. So they also don't say how the status quo solves. They don't offer any sort of solvency. They talk about the racial issues behind policing, and that's not what this law is talking about today. We're talking about making a safer environment without the need for $500 million a year worth of surplus military weaponry. That's not needed by our police. That's not needed by the police of any other first world nation that effectively polices its citizens. I think we can all agree that police with AK-47s is needless when they have other effective weaponry. So moving into our advantage one, we're going to talk about how police having these guns is not good, and about how immediately removing the guns from them solves. While police are still able to kill with their 9mm, like the negative said, It's the use of these higher grade weapons that enable police to do more extreme things than are necessary. And it's easy to see how in the 1950s, guns were used for hunting and recreation and menial things like that. Now, guns have evolved, and now Americans think that guns are needed for defense. And it necessitates this notion that you need all this heavy weaponry, and that's not true. You can be just as effective with a hunting rifle if you want to hunt, or whatever other recreational guns you need. No one needs these high-grade military weapons. No state agency could possibly need this. If the DEA is going to go in on a drug bust, they do not need mass amounts of weaponry. If they have the protection that they need, they can appeal for the military-grade defense, and that's all they need. They can get military-grade bulletproof vests, they can get the tactical vehicles they need, they can get all of the necessary equipment to promote their safety and not harm the rest of the public. So it's imperative that we take away this strong arm that the police has, and demilitarizing the police is only a good thing. I don't see how demilitarizing the police could ever be bad. And moving on to the next advantage, which is the soft power. Yes, it's very true that if you go to other countries like the UK, France, even Italy, they all look at us as power hungry. Everyone says, oh, you Americans with your guns. It's something that we can actively put down if we remove these sorts of things from our public agencies. When people hear that there are police with high-grade AR-15 military weapons walking around school districts in California and Texas, it's not good on our country, and it's not good for the people of our country. We need to take these guns out of situations where they do not belong. Go ahead.
So how do you think that we got those weapons on the school districts in Texas and wherever else you said?
By the 1033 program, they're already there. It's what this law is trying to prevent is uses of these guns in places where they don't need to be. So what we can do is take these high-grade military weapons out of the state agencies that do not need them, while still allowing for Section 3.2, which is the appeals process to grant these weapons. Now, obviously, this appeals process is reviewed, and it's not just a free card of handing out weapons to anyone who asks for them. So I think, in summary, you can see that we've not shown any in-round abuse. We've not even offered the potential of abuse. We're not claiming that they have no arguments. We're not taking away their grounds intentionally or anything of the sort, and the enforcement doesn't matter because we're taking away the use of the weapons before removing the actual weapons. So as long as the use stops immediately, it doesn't matter if the weapons sit in storage for a while. And then moving on to the counterplan does not offer for the necessary defense weapons or the defense vehicles and defense armor that the police need. So obviously our case can solve while upholding things that the counterplan does not. Thank you.
Same order. Procedural, counterplan, act.
There'll be an overview on top before I get to everything. Is everything ready?
Yep.
Okay. There are two reasons why the affirmative does not solve and why the counterplan solves for 100% of the act. The first is that you've conceded that you do not change police mentality, which means that not only do you not solve for the harms of both of your advantages, but you also increase the propensity for exemptions to occur, which means that not only do all of your harms recreate themselves in the world of the affirmative, but they also increase in legitimacy because it's seen as an exemption that was approved by the government. The second argument that you are losing is that police bias will still exist, but now they have a normalization of this violence, which means that not only can we not pass legislation further to restrict it, but it looks like to everybody that we are solving the problem, which means that not only is the problem not fixed per all of our no solvency arguments that we are winning, but it also means that we never enact anything in the future. The counterplan solves for this. Let's start with the e-spec. The first thing you will, we're not going to go over this. You can extend that they pass laws immediately and that this eliminates the usage, but I want you to extend their last argument that they make here that says that they don't have enforcement, they just stop the weapons, which means that there is no enforcement mechanism in place. This is a warrant for us showing that not only do police still not have enforcement strategies for them to continue to have racial biases and use implementations in the status quo, but it is also a warrant that proves that not only will your plan fail, but it also leads police to have a reason to want these exemptions. This is a warrant for why you don't solve, but also why the counterplan would be able to fix this. You've conceded that you don't enforce this. On the counterplan, I want you to extend the first solvency argument that says that the counterplan solves for 100% of the affirmative. The only distinction between the AF and the counterplan is not this argument about vehicles, but rather an exemption mechanism that says, oh, if you provide necessary support, if you provide necessary proof of needing this exemption, we will give it to you. That is not their case of natural disasters, but rather the military weapons that they've been sending. How do you think school districts in Georgia got a tank? It wasn't because they asked for it and the police gave it for them. It was because they requested a specific exemption. It's not like we just hand tanks over willy-nilly. We asked for them, which indicates not only is there a high propensity for exemptions to occur, but it also means that there is this is the biggest difference between the AF and the counterplan. You've conceded that it will still be illegal, which means that we solve for entirety of Advantage 1 and Advantage 2, but you are avoiding all, but we say that we compete through net benefits. The argument about tactical vehicles in the police department using them for natural disasters is, number one, not true. That's not what the law bans. The law has 5 specific codings of what they ban, and that includes high machine firearms like rifles and like revolver guns, but also it bans silencers and armed aircraft. That is not banning military disaster vehicles. But the second argument is that even if you believe that military disaster vehicles will ban, guess what? We can build them without guns on them. We don't need them. If all of your arguments are true about why we don't need guns in the status quo, that means that we do not need them for disaster relief or disaster vehicles, which means that, number one, this law doesn't even talk about this, but two, you also give no impact to this argument, which means that there is a 100% chance that the counterplan does not have sufficient offense. Yeah?
None of the vehicles that are used in defense are armed.
That's not true. Tanks are armed. They shoot at
They
people.
don't use tanks in disaster defense.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that tactical police department, natural disaster vehicles do not need weapons on them.
And the bill doesn't exclude emergency.
The bill also does not exclude emergency vehicles. I listed the 4 or 5 things that they exempt. None of those are emergency vehicles. It's strictly talking about firearms and armed aircraft carriers and silencers and what is that? No, there's like a noise thing that's really annoying. Long range noise something, I don't know. All right, on the affirmative. I want you to go to the argument about the one warrant I want you to extend from the first case turn is the warrant about Michael Brown. The Michael Brown argument says that not only was he shot down, not because he, not only was he shot down not with a high-grade military weapon, but rather with a 9mm handgun. Not only is this not banned by the affirmative, but this is our warrant that we say goes conceded that talks about why you do not change the mentality. But also, we say that the chance for this mentality to increase is almost 100%. These are the arguments that we're making about why the idea of the problem being solved means that police can just get away with it in the future. This also is a warrant for why your enforcement mechanism does absolutely nothing in a world in which people can still be shot for racially biased terms on the instance that they were just holding a 9mm handgun, which means that not only do you not solve, but you make this problem worse. You will extend the second case when it talks about why you normalize this military violence. You do not respond to this, but we say that this is particularly important because it makes the guys that we have solved for the racially biased statistics, which means that not only do we not think about these things in the future, which is bad because we just use our assumptions in our everyday lives, but it also means that the police are not subject to jurisdiction anymore, which means that there is no more looking into the police departments and investigating studies as to why they even needed tanks in Georgia in the first place, which is why you will normalize this violence, but there's also no more laws that could be passed. We say that, number one, the impact of this is that it turns the entirety of your affirmative. In a world in which we think that the problem is solved, that means that the chance for riots to increase is not only high, but it also means that people are still subjected to the same violence, but with a different mechanism used by the police. We say that this would probably occur faster because in a world in which police are allowed to just have the smaller weapons, they can still go out and enact that violence against everybody else. It's not a matter of whether or not they need a huge tank to do it. They can do it with a smaller gun, but they can do it more often because they're not being checked anymore. These are arguments about why they wouldn't be subject to jurisdiction. They don't have to go in and be told to close down because it is seen as a normalized way of the police interacting with people. We say that normalized way of the police interacting with people is bad. On the advantage, you want anything else? On the advantage. Yeah.
The Mike Brown thing is a reason as to why they would be fueled to apply for these exemptions as well.
Yeah, I'll get to the warrants on exemptions. Okay. On the case, You have conceded 2 warrants as to why these exemptions are 100% likely. The first is your own warrant that talks about why the LAUSD had a multitude of weapons, but also why there were tanks in approximately 5 school districts across the U.S. and in Texas. Number one, I think this is just logical that police don't just go to schools and say, hey, do you want this tank running around? It's a matter of requesting it, which is why we say that these exemptions are 100% likely. This is why you will vote for the counter plan. But also, you have not made any offense as to why these exemptions will not happen, or as to why these exemptions are actually good, which means that there is a reason to vote for the counter plan. Also, we say that this means that you will increase the likelihood for them to be requested. All of your arguments about why we are seen as a warmongering country, or why we are seen as a need to be highly weaponized, are warrants as to why you will only increase the amount of exemptions, but also a warrant as to why the violence will still exist, which means that there is no reason that you would vote for the affirmative. Also, you say that guns aren't needed anymore, but I think that you can extend that they will just still use them in a world in which they are not monitored. This is also our warrant about the LAUS.
Their own rhetoric says that we are like gun crazy people. It's like part of our culture. That like
Exactly. If we are gun crazy people, there's no reason why these exemptions won't be pursued. Also, that's how they've been pursued in the past. These are both of the warrants we bring up. The warrant as to why Georgia has a school tank running around, because guess what? There was too many urban people living in there, which means that people of color tanks were requested to monitor people of color in Georgia. On the advantage shoe, you can extend the term that Brittany puts that this hurts our credibility because it shows that we do not solve for the problems that we try to fix, but it also means that we are seen as having a red line that we never cross. This is our warrant about Syria, about how we lost a lot of credibility after, and Obama lost a lot of political capital because he was seen as not doing anything when human rights abuses were taking place. This also turns your second advantage because your only impact is the U.S. being a world of power and having a decrease in human rights, which means that chemical weapons are an instance of why human rights were not preserved, but also a reason as to why this credibility will be hurt in the future. We say that this hurt in credibility not only turns the entirety of your act, but it also turns all of your enforcement arguments, because guess what? If the U.S. can't enforce its own policies, it definitely can't do them at a state and local level, which means that not only is it never enforced, but it also means that the chance for all of the offense that we're going for has a higher instance of reoccurring. It's really simple. The counterplan solves 100% of the AF and avoids all of the offense. There's no reason why you should vote.
It's going to be counterplan case. With the brief overview on top. The affirmative has conceded too many arguments that support why these exemptions would occur. We tell you, even in their own rhetoric, they say that we have this desire to use guns, that we tell you that there has been many times in the past where these exemptions have been used, and that we've actually seen where police departments have requested these sort of military equipment. This is reasons as to why these sort of exemptions would occur. There is a 100% probability that at least one police department is able to not only desire to have these sort of exemptions and apply for these sort of equipment and weapons, but that they will get access to them. They've been granted in the past. They will be granted again. The military, they will be able to have access to it. We tell you that this has the best chance of being able to solve for the affirmative because they've also conceded arguments about how it is the mindset of the police department that is flawed and not the access to these weapons. At the point where it's the mindset that is flawed, that they're only incentivized to actually not only be able to apply for the weapons but get access to them. This is the reason as to why the counterplan is the only way to have a chance of solving for the harms that they have put out today. On the counterplan, the only arguments that they make is that these vehicles are needed by the police. We tell you specifically that this act doesn't actually ban the emergency response vehicles. That we're not talking about paramedics here. We're talking about the emergency response vehicles that are used in these sort of natural disasters that they talk about, which means there's absolutely no reason why they wouldn't be able to use these, but also that that they could actually build these without guns, which means that there's no reason why the counterplan is a bad idea. You have to look at it today. We tell you it solves 100% of the affirmative. They give you absolutely no reason why it is not a good idea. If we have a risk of being able to prevent the weapons from falling into the hands of the police departments, who they have already demonstrated to have the high rampant police brutality and is growing in the status quo, then why wouldn't you want to guarantee that they don't get access to those weapons? Is the only chance to be able to solve is with the counterplan. On the no solvency arguments, we tell you specifically that Mike Brown was shot with a 9mm gun, not these police weapons, which means that it is definitely within the mindset. All of their arguments about how, well, if they don't have the guns, if they don't have the weapons anymore, then they won't use them. Sure, they won't use those weapons, but they'll still use other weapons. The reasons to why it is in the mentality, it's the thesis of the argument that we're going for, that they will still ask for these exemptions, they will be granted these exemptions. Obviously, if the military has already been willing to hand them off before, they will be willing to hand them off again, which is why they will still be able to have access to these exemptions. On the case certain, you can extend that this normalizes this militarization. Basically what this means is we want to ensure that our police departments are functioning in the best way possible, that we can get rid of all of the sort of police brutality that is taking place. If we think that we have solved back for the issue, like for example, when we looked at how we implemented body cameras, but still Darren Wilson was shot on, or Eric Garner was shot on camera, this obviously doesn't solve back for these issues. We tell you that when we like put the light against something else and we think that we've solved for it, that we're not able to actually solve for it and have these sort of reforms take place. On the advantage one, you can just extend that these weapons have been requested in school districts and throughout the police departments, and there's a reason as to why they would still apply for these sort of exemptions. Also, that we like using weapons, which is why we would also apply for it. There's they don't give you any reasons why the exemptions wouldn't happen, and you can extend Ariel's argument where she says that if we are power hungry and have this desire to use weapons, which probably means that they would actually apply for the exemptions. There's a 100% guarantee that exemptions would happen. On the advantage two, you can extend across that we will be seen as more negatively if we allow for these sort of exemptions to take place. We saw how weak we have looked in the past when we have gone back against our word, or where we try to look like we're solving for something when we actually aren't. This will ultimately cause a decrease in U.S. power, and if our U.S. power is so important, then any risk of decreasing that is going to be bad in order to stop human rights abuses. If you want to prevent the police from having the weapons, cut them off entirely. Don't just say that you might be able to get access to them.
I'm gonna basically just do an overview of like the whole thing and why we win. So I'm gonna start off by why we win and the examples of like why they don't win. Meg ready?
Yes.
Partner ready? Judge ready? Okay. And I'd like to start off, Judge, by outlining the main reasons why we win. One, we get rid of the police's allowance. We on the get rid of the police's allowance overall to bring any damage to civilian populations, especially to school districts. Like we've elaborated before about how they are specifically being sent to like school districts such as the LA Unified School District and some school districts in Texas. We basically get rid. I'm kind of being redundant, but basically like don't allow for this period with our plan. Our plan has actually outlined how this will get not allowed the 1033 program to keep allowing such school districts to get access to those weapons. The other reason why we win is that the access to heavy weaponry is needed in some sense, in the sense that it's that 3.2 exemption law, right? Yeah.
Yes, there are scenarios where
yeah, we actually do need it. In fact, the existence of it is actually needed just by its existence, because what happens is, because we live, as I've said, in a culture of guns, there's a mental need to actually need those weapons now.
No, you said it's because there's so much excess. The excessivity creates need, and by removing the excessivity, we get rid of the need.
Yeah, so like so because of the act itself, we are limiting the access of guns, but like you can, in some instances where we actually do need the guns, we can still get them. Like, it's just that the need will no longer exist to the population, and specifically the police. Now, moving on to what the NEG has brought up, they keep revolving around this Mike Brown example and the race issue in general. The thing is, they never really elaborate on how their counterplan or how their faction at all resolves that problem. They just keep attacking how we don't solve that problem. And the whole idea that there's racial profiling and whatnot, that is kind of, my partner has stated how that is somewhat irrelevant to the case at hand. We're just trying to limit the control of guns. It's not the police brutality and the mentality they have against people of color. That is an issue that has been rampant like before the advancement of guns have taken place, probably around like the 1800s. That issue is an issue of its own. Neither the app or the neg has any grounds in this debate to actually deal with the issue at hand, that issue. And then the next reason that we win is that the police brutality, the instances, like the majority of examples brought about by the neg, they're really like, they only really happen in the spur of the moment instances. They're not like, the exemptions would, of course, they would entail like a whole process needed to get those exemptions, like a planned, say like a raid on a drug dealing like compound. The exemptions like would take place, whereas the spur of the moment instances of police brutality would not. They're not related because those instances wouldn't necessarily have that advanced weaponry entailed into them. So,
Point of order.
yes.
Any arguments about how they wouldn't be able to apply for exemptions because it would be a spur of the moment thing, therefore they wouldn't get the weapons, is entirely new.
Okay. So.
I'll just take under advisement.
Okay. Excuse me. Oh, shoot. Okay, and I've already explained how the exemptions are needed, but like because we still do need those weapons for like, you know, raids and on, like I've said, like drug compounds or like just whole police operations in general. Thank you. Mm-hmm. And that we just eliminate now the mental need because of the culture of guns we live in. Yeah, so I've already talked about police mentality. I mean, that pretty much sums up the majority of my argument, so I can see the rest of my time. Thank you, Judge.
What I wanted to do was like, because,
Thank you.
Thanks, that was Joe. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. Good job.
so like, it's because you have $500 million worth of stuff that it's like you use it because you have it. So like, you need to get across, like, that's what creates the need.
So I think it's really, you know, without major error, it's pretty difficult for the proposition to win at that point. Specifically, I think that all of their arguments about how the exemption that's available in the app will be sought and will be given because of the U.S. mentality. I think those are really good. And then there are two terms that come from that, like perception of solvency without actual solvency. Both that then this militarization of the police is normalized because we think that we've given more permission to, you know, or that people would think that there's more oversight than there is necessarily. And that without that solvency, that there's only a likelihood for the turn of advantage too. I think in the MO, you're talking a little bit about how, you're talking a little bit about how with the app, there's not, like I think you use the word enforcement or inspection, but
Yeah, okay.
yeah, I just don't, I don't think that argument is doing you any favors. Like, for one, I think it's kind of not articulated clearly enough.
Okay.
And then it also, I think, only gives you a risk that, like, the counter plan can't solve too. Because what I almost hear you say is that with the law as it currently is, that there's some sort of closer, you know, there's a greater federal understanding of what's going on in these state departments that are applying for the weapons, and that all of that federal access would go away
Okay, I
with
see
the
what you're
app.
saying. Yeah.
So, you know, that goes away even more if they're not doing these appeals.
Yeah.
But I think even at its best, it's not a very,
Just
like, there's not a lot of offense that's gonna come off of it.
Okay.
I think that's all I've got. Do you have any specific questions?
Would you have voted if we collapsed the procedural?
I mean, I don't know, because you
Okay.
would have had like 12 more minutes
To explain
why
it.
you're
Yeah.
confident.
Okay.
Like, I didn't think that the violation was super clear. I guess
Okay.
I just, like, it's a long bill. There's probably some sort of enforcement
Okay.
in the bill. They say, like the proposition says a lot that that all they're doing is making it illegal to use the weapons, but not necessarily taking the weapons away. So I think there's probably in 12 minutes worth of speeches, there's some ground that you could build off of that.
Okay.
But I don't know that it's procedural ground. You know,
Okay.
It's more kind of if you set it up in your LO as something you might go for. then-
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
thank
for the
you.
feedback.
Good luck.
All right, thank
Yeah,
you.
good
You
luck to you.
too.
Who speaks first for y'all?
Chris.
How much time do we have? How much time do we have before this starts?
I have no idea.
3 minutes and 23 seconds.
I'm gonna find it back.
I don't know if you all have read my judging philosophy or not. If you have, and the part about, clarity being particularly important for me, I'm hearing impaired. So clarity is particularly important. You might want to raise 1 level on the volume, but 3 levels on the clarity, right? Plus you're on camera, so speak nice and pretty.
I don't know if I can do that.
See this.
I don't know if I can physically speak nice and pretty.
Here they are.
Y'all good?
Yep.
Everyone else? Cool. First on the framework, view this round through the lens of performativity. Our second argument is that performativity is implementing the methodologies we suggest inside of this debate. It's not simply enough to introduce a methodology, but it is also how you put that methodology into a form of practice, the way in which you approach your everyday life. The third argument is that it's not about weighing the rhetoric inside of this round, but rather the accessible dialogue from which those who come from outside and inside of this space reach an accessible space in terms of discussions about infinite detention. The fourth argument is that the detailed imprisonment within all bodies is both happening inside and outside of this space. The fifth argument is that the aft suggests that detention centers are not simply prisons, but include institutions. Or the little a under this is that socially there are multiple prisons, i.e. the academy. For this, I'll specifically look at towards my own self. Growing up in this space, I've always been in the state of imprisonment. From my white hetero male as a social perspective, the imprisonment I have experienced in my life is limited, but the discussions of imprisonment is the only way I can cope from the early age of economic prison that has always been my home. From growing up in a poor rural community, then the only child of a single mother, coping with the imprisonment in the imprisonment of economic bounds. This has kept me locked in the inner city homeless shelters. This is the story of a single mother whose economic imprisonment is what shapes my political dialogue around imprisonment. Now, economic imprisonment is what I occupy, and it's what I have indefinitely occupied. I occupy the for-profit prison of academia for being unable to afford school and the lack of family contribution. Academia simply told me, your dad works too hard. As if his efforts to keep me sheltered and keep a roof over my head wasn't enough, or his efforts to continue to help try to pay for my school wasn't enough, for him to keep me out of the shelter was never enough. The only way I can even afford to make it in this space is for you to sell myself for profit. I am and always have been imprisoned in this space. When I was growing up in high school, the only way that they told me I could go to college and pay for it is a debate scholarship. I was indefinitely detained to this space because of my need to go to school. The only way in which I could escape the economic bounds that constrained me was to go to college. Thus, I was bound to academia. This is just one perspective from many of the ways in which for-profit prisons has indefinitely detained us. Then, as I began to join the debate, they said, I am not only bound to this space, but I'm also bound to the United States federal government. It is about time that we start stepping up for ourselves inside of these spaces. I am imprisoned inside of this debate space. Both when I was a KCK debater, the only way in which I could afford to keep a house over my head was through my debate scholarship and the work study that I received on campus. Even at Missouri Western, the only way I could afford to even be able to go to school was to continue my debate career, even in the face of them firing my coach and actually having to find a different place to transfer to. I cannot even be bound to a single campus because I am bound by the economic change which constrained me from academia in the first place. Subpoint B is to ban prisons is not to physically locate ourselves through law, but socially through experience. The only way in which we can experience imprisonment from our social location shapes the way in which we approach these discussions in the first place. To ban prisons is not enough. To defend the United States federal government and say that we should ban for-profit prisons or for-profit industrial complexes are not enough for us to be able to shape an academic discussion in which will not only create more accessible spaces for those that exist inside and outside of this space. Little C under this, that means that we focus on the actions of rehabilitation instead of detention. We always focus on our detention and ourselves instead of ways to get outside of this space, i.e. our counter-hegemonic mode of resistance of the PMC is a way in which we can escape the bounds of debate and actually be able to begin some form of self-activism. Our subpoint D under this is that narration creates a coping mechanism for us to rehabilitate. Richard Delgado explains that stories and narratives are key to be able for us to be able to break our chains. He says it create a form of counter-hegemonic politics which can help us resist the chains in which bound us. He says that narratives are also Richard Hinz also says that the only way in which we can begin to have some form of self-advocacy is not only to relate our social perspective to the way in which we approach discussions, but also to have narratives inside of this, which means that we can interlocate the differences in which our social location affects other people's. This is the beginning point of discussion. It's also why narratives are a specific way to create a counter-hegemonic politics to resist indefinite detention and for-profit detention.
Question.
Yep.
Does this app then support like banning colleges essentially? Or
I mean, no.
is
I
that
would.
the implication?
Our argument would probably be that, like colleges and stuff are the only way for some people to like escape the hood and stuff like that. However, the for-profit motive that these colleges operate on is probably bad. These narratives also empower survivors to gain strength through the control that are left. This also allows for people to rethink their position through life. It is only from hearing the perspective. Hinz also continues that the only way in which we can rethink our position is to hear the perspectives of the oppressed. Only when heeding to the individual perspectives of others can we break away from the chains that bound us to our social location. This is also the way in which we can transcend problems and create a counter-hegemonic politics. Our subpoint C under this is that it allows people to get through disorder and caused by trauma. Thus the role of the ballot. The role of the ballot is to whomever best performatively and methodologically resist indefinite imprisonment. It's to best whoever performatively and methodologically resists indefinite imprisonment. Yeah, good question.
Can I have a copy of that, please?
Yeah. Next is the impact. The first impact is structural violence. Mumia Abu-Jamal explains that structural violence, specifically in the United States, is very, very insidious. It's because of its invisibility, because we do not hear these perspectives that makes it particularly insidious. Gilligan explains that poverty is one of the worst impacts in the world. It outweighs both a nuclear war or genocide that happens against the poor and weak. And this impact is even more insidious because not only do we not realize it, but it's always continuous environment. We would always push off these discussions by larger discussions about United States federal government policy instead of locating about how, from our social perspective, we can resist this form of resistance. It's also a reason as to why this issue is so important and why we will always outweigh their magnitude. Our other argument under this is that it's specifically psychologically violent for people who are already bound to a space to be forced to defend a different actor. A good example of this, as Fashing into Chance says, that it splits us into a personal and professional. The way in which we have to be at work instead of being our professional selves is a reason as to why it is always psychologically violent. It also allows us to justify bad things, such as in the Nazi Holocaust war crimes. A lot of people could just blame their boss for issues instead of recognizing that their social perspective is the ones that caused the issue. It also allows for people to whitewash their hands of issues, which is always bad. That's why you should vote F.
So I will be giving the yellows.
Okay.
But I'll start my timer now. pause my timer.
Give it a minute.
So it'll just be overview and then going on case. And I'll be discussing. Okay, is everybody ready? All right, let's begin. For the counter methodologies, like the whole point with the thesis of what I'm understanding from the affirmative is to break down the for-profit mentality that comes with academia. However, we're going to be specifically tying this into our counter methodology is whoever methodology breaks down the debate space even better, because one, this allows for the inclusion of copy. Josh will get you a copy. So it is whoever best breaks down the debate space methodologically. This is going to be important for several reasons. One, this allows us to be able to engage in the immediacy of our activity, because it allows us to question our activity, it allows us to actually actualize any sort of change that is important for us to be able to engage this debate. Second, it allows us to actually to target a specific subsect of academia, which only a few percentage of the population can actually ever engage in, because since public speaking is such a huge fear among all individuals, the number one fear of many Americans, for people to be able to engage in speech and debate, it's just such a small percentage of all college students. Since even then, only less than 20% of universities actually offer any sort of debate space, meaning that this is going to be key to actually actualizing any change, because we are allowing for the immediacy of the impacts to occur, and second, we are allowing for our voices to be heard. So furthermore, for breaking down the debate space, one, we're going to be breaking down by several avenues. One, we're going to allow for the inclusion of languages. One of the main problems that's existing within debate, if you don't speak English, you can't engage. If English is not your first language, then you're going to have a pretty hard time actually being able to engage in the debate. Meaning that if you don't understand one of the one of the fundamental things to be able to engage in debate, you're going to be excluded out from the get-go. When all they use is coming out from the debate is they talk about we're being shunned, academia and all that stuff. How academia is bad. However, when you ignore the underlying assumptions, which usually is ignored when any form of policy making, you see you silence those voices, the voices those who don't speak English, or those who are just afraid to speak up in the first place. So, moving on to their framework. They say you're going to have to view this through the lens of performativity and how excessive dialogue and all that stuff, and how in detail imprisonment occurring within those school programs. However, one, you're never able to check back for this. In the world where you only do for-profit universities, you're never able to check back for the oppression that occurs within non-profit universities. We see state schools are typically considered non-profit, schools that are considered for-profit within the status quo are DeVry, University of Phoenix. When you don't attack those the other the private universities or the public universities, you're going to be seeing that your alternative advocacy has no solvency. Furthermore, you're going to be seeing performance-based is going to be inherently bad, because one, it's subjective, because it's whoever can cry wolf the best actually wins the ballot. When you're seeing when some people are afraid to grieve in public space, you're going to be seeing that this is going to be detrimental towards any sort of inclusivity in this debate, meaning that when you run these positions, it inherently excludes other teams from being able to participate in the debate, meaning that this is going to be very damning for you. Second of all, if being performatively based allows for cognitive dissonance, because you have to distance yourself to be able to engage in the narrative. If I were to speak about my own narrative, I would start crying and bawling, because my narrative from where I stem from, it comes from a very terrible place, and for me to be able to engage and bring that to the public, it puts me in a very uncomfortable position, making your position excluding other teams from being able to participate. Second of all, you see you talk about your narratives, however, and your social location. However, Lucy Alcott defines these social locations, how you're never able to fully separate yourself from your social locations, and for you to be able to engage in these narratives, you can only speak from your perspective. Meaning, if you're trying to get solvency with it, or any sort of change within the debate space, you're going to be seeing that you fundamentally really can't actualize any change. Furthermore, narratives are inherently bad, because they allow you to try and sympathize and empathize in a way that's not going to actually do any sort of change. You can hear all the narratives you want, but unless you enact some sort of policy, you're never going to be able to do any sort of change. Yes, your question.
Yeah, specifically, Alcoff indicates that we should use our social location for radical change.
Sure.
How does the PMC not do that?
the PMC uses their social location in a way that's advantageous. They the fact that and I'll get to this right now. You commodify the ballot to the point where it's the only purpose of this debate round is whoever can best when you narrow it down to the role of the ballot, whoever performatively and methodology can resist. Performatively and methodology resist indefinite imprisonment. This allows for the commodification of the ballot, because when you allow for the performance base to be able to get into it, you allow for the subjectivity to be able to intervene. If I'm not crying, if you're not crying, how can you evaluate performance based on that? This allows for it perpetuates the cognitive dissonance arguments that we made, and furthermore, they say narrative creates change. However, within in order for you to be able to create any sort of change in any social movement, you have to allow for specifically within the letters of Birmingham, Martin Luther King Jr. states in order for you to be able to engage in a movement, you have to give yourself all to the movement. You have to release yourself of all sin and ulterior motives and engage in self-purification in order for you to fully be able to engage in your movement. It's basically insanely you have to be able to change some sort of matriarch. If you're saying these imprisonments are bad, then you should be able to do something about it instead of just trying to commodify the ballot in order for you to pick up in this round. Furthermore, you say change our perspectives on social locations. However, that's answered back by all codes analysis. Yes.
Go for wrong form argument because it's the wrong audience. We probably tend to agree with him, but you're not
this is
reaching.
also this is going to be wrong form argument. Wrong form because you put a subject that should be that should not be discussed in an aggressive setting, and you put it up to the forefront. Of course we're going to agree these imprisonments are going to be bad for several reasons. However, when you put it in a competitive forum, this is going to be inherently bad because it forces us to be able to say trying to do things to be able to sway the ballot.
It forces us to argue for our own oppression.
It forces us to argue for our own oppression, which is always going to be inherently bad. Second is that debates should offer an equal ground. You have an infinite amount of time to be able to prepare this specific affirmative. However, the negative is skewed down to the 1 minute of my speech and your entirety of your speech to be able to at least try to combat and come with a different role of the ballot. Furthermore, I'm in protected time, 40 seconds. So, onto the role of the ballot. So you're going to be rejecting. You're going to be rejecting the role of the ballot because one, it's going to be subjective. And second is when you shun us out from the methodological standpoint. This is the reason why the second wave of the feminist social movement failed, because in the first place, because people were well, you don't have the same methodologies I do, so you're going to be shunned out. This is the reason why it's still taking forever for women to be able to gain rights in the social sphere, meaning that you don't have any solvency on the impacts. You're never able to specify. You're never ever actually able to achieve these things because you're not engaging in the most immediacy of our interactions, which is in this debate round.
Do you want counter methodology on top or not? All right. Order will be the counter methodology, then case, order of our case, then the wrong form arg. Is everyone ready? Sweet. First, you can cross-apply every single analysis that they made on wrong form back to their self, because if anything, their role of the ballot, their counter methodology to break down the debate space is also a wrong form because it entices every personal call for a ballot. Also, that means they're always already going to be in a double bind. That means they can never get the ballot in the first place for that kind of different methodology. Second is going to be that our role of the ballot it consumes the entirety of their methodology. Is that our ability to have these different forms of transgressions that allow for us to understand the immediacy of what exactly is the industrial complex and how the imprisonment encompasses every single aspect of our life. Look, the idea here is not just to allow Chris Rice and different means of coping, but allow for the ideal for people to begin to have these different methods of coping, to allow for them to begin to have these different forms of transgressions placed upon them by the different forms of imprisonment, i.e. the way that people are in prison because of their social location or because they're poor, because these different people exist inside these locations. Is exactly what we're talking about, how they're never able to actually transgress and move up inside society. Next, we're going to go specifically on their argument is that this is, and that is us preferring this as the affirmative team, that we bring this into the debate space to begin to allow for us to have a different form of structure inside of this. It means we're always going to be winning the question of the role of the ballot and who best performatively and methodologically breaks down the different forms of and the tension that exists. And also onto all of the arguments, you can group them specifically that these all apply to the people inside of the round. That means we're better performancing how we begin to break down what's happening inside a debate. Next is going to be the voices have to be heard. Okay, If anything, that's like a solvency deficit for our role of the ballot. They never get access to that because we encompass more of it and allow for us to actually reach an audience. And like, hell, we're being live streamed right now. A lot of people are going to hear this. Next is going to be that laws for language and inclusion to actually begin to silence this, is that we are giving back different forms of language to these individuals that have lost it inside of the different forms of oppression that happen inside of the world around us. We are giving them the ability to have their narratives to be voiced and have their different forms of oppression brought into the front line to begin these bottom-up approaches on how different forms of oppression begin to affect different individuals to allow for them to have their voices heard. Next, you can also cross-apply that to our final argument specifically about the different forms of feminism that get blocked out. We are a form of interdependency that allows for all voices to be heard. We are what is the word I'm looking for there?
We create coalitions.
We create different forms of coalitions between different social spheres that allow for them to come together to reach a singular standpoint on how all of their voices need to be heard for a multiplication of voices to allow for different forms of social change to actually begin to happen.
That's the Delgado argument.
That's the Delgado argument. Now it's going to be on to our case straight down.
Oh, wait. Also make the argument that their focus on the debate space excludes
Their
like the parts
focus
of the app
on the
that
debate
talk about outside
space
of debate
excludes specifically the parts that happen outside of debate and the individuals that exist outside of spaces like this to actually begin to tell how their lives have been affected by the different forms of imprisonment that happen from their social locations, their economic locations, or the color of their skin, and how that begins to imprison them also. Now, on the case. Specifically, you're going to have to look at our role of the ballot and and how we are a performative enactment on how we begin to understand the different forms of imprisonment that exist inside of the world around us. They continuously talk about how they can't check back against the nonprofit suit, but we are checking back against the entirety of imprisonment that exists inside of the world around us. They talk about how we can't check back against state universities. Like, hell, I go to a state university, and so does Chris, and he talks specifically about the way that we are interdependent inside of this because of the different forms of scholarships we have to take to actually begin to even be here to debate in front of you, to have our voices heard, begin to actually understand the systems around this. We are a singular point on to just one form of college. We are a multiplicity of different forms of imprisonment that exist inside of the world. We are for everyone to be heard. It's everybody's voice that needs to be heard, and the different forms of imprisonment that exist on them, not just one person, not just two people, but for the ability for different people to actually begin to have these different forms of rehabilitation that exist inside of detention. Next is going to be on to there specifically talk about how we can never separate ourselves from our social location. That is exactly one of the arguments that we're making here, is that our ability to speak from our social location is what encourages other people to have the different forms of magnitude to talk about where their social location comes from, to begin to not sympathize for them, but to begin to have different forms of rehabilitating processes, is to allow for them to begin to deal with the traumas that are insinuated because of the different actions that have happened inside of their lives.
We should never be able to divorce ourselves from our social location.
We should never be able to divorce ourselves from our social location. That also applies to the wrong format argument. You can specifically look back to where Chris said, why the hell do we always defend the USFG every round? That is exactly what he's talking about inside of this. That's going to go on to the wrong format or forum argument that specifically talk about how the forums to argue against our own oppression. This isn't to argue against our own oppression. This is to argue against the oppression that happens all around us. We are a critical affirmative. We are talking specifically about the oppression that happens in the world around us, about the different forms of imprisonment that happen to each and every individual. We all face different forms of imprisonment in our day-to-day life because of the social spheres that we are born into, and that's an occurring impact. That's how specifically how people continuously have this throughout their day-to-day lives. Next is going to be specifically how the role of ballot is never going to be subjective. It is for everybody and encompasses all, because it allows for them to specifically speak about their social location and their forms of imprisonment to get the different forms of rehabilitation that encompass those.
Also, it's not subjective because they could have a counter methodology for indefinite imprisonment.
Yeah, they can have a counter methodology to indefinite imprisonment. Also, onto their engage must give all to the movement. We give all to the movement. I haven't read a plain text all year. This is our strat every single round. Each and every round is a different form of why the world is messed up and why we have to change this, and our activism each and every second of each and every day is what actually matters inside a debate. They can't come up here and say we don't give all to a movement without knowing how the movements actually progress and the different facets that exist in it.
Also,
Now,
they don't have to give a narrative to engage.
also, they never have to give a narrative. They can just talk about the different ways that our methodology doesn't encompass certain aspects, or how they would have a different methodology that would better encompass different social spheres or different social locations to solve. All right, case proper. Now, in the case specifically, you can look about how the different forms of accessibility and our dialogue, how this is the different forms where people actually get their voices out there to become accessible inside of different spaces to allow their voices to be heard. That is specifically what Chris talks about, how there are different institutions that are deemed as those of being imprisoned. He talks specifically about the academia and then the different social locations where then you exist inside of poverty that allow for you to be confined to those spaces, and those spaces begin to imprison you for the rest of your life, and just your constant demands going through life to begin to change your social location, to begin to exist in a sphere that you seem as better than your own. own. And that specifically is what leads to the different forms of impacts that happen inside of the debate. Is that when you begin to have these different points, is that when you begin to exist in these spheres of things, you aren't able to advance inside of life, and that gives you, that means you stay inside of these certain social spheres, and the potentiality for advancements in your life are what's going to be the most important, is like your ability to actually progress and your ability to cope with the different forms of trauma that have existed inside of your life. That's where our methodology comes in, and that is our act of constant rehabilitation. That is exactly what Chris talks about inside of the PMC, is that our different forms of rehabilitation is that of when we give our narratives, that gives us a focus on the different forms of rehabilitation that exist in our life. It gives us an understanding of how these different forces begin to keep us constantly imprisoned, and give us a way to begin to solve back to that, to understand what parts of our lives are still left intact and begin to rebuild upon those.
Do the performance debate.
What on it?
How they say that performance just creates like abstract ways to beat debate rounds.
All right, they talk specifically about how performance just creates abstract ways to win debate rounds. We have sat here and pinpointed exactly what different forms of imprisonment means and how that begins to relate back to the topic, and how that is the different kinds of focal points that exist.
It also ensures that you're engaging in your methodology.
This also ensures that this is a way for us to engage in our methodology and begin to engage in different methodologies that can or will be presented for us inside of debate rounds to make the best kind of methodological shift or determination throughout our multiplicity of rounds. Is that good? Mm-hmm. All right.
I'm gonna start time. Oh, never mind. Okay, hold on. Now I'm gonna start time. I'm gonna talk to my partner for a second, and I'm gonna map. Yeah. Okay. We have 7:40 as the time. Is that? So the order is just going to be the counter methodology, and then case in order. Yeah. I'm not sure what to title it. Okay, on our counter methodology, their first response is how we're going to be linking into all of the wrong form arguments. However, our response is that our counter methodology is exactly explaining why debate is the wrong space for this to happen. If you want to engage in this type of conversation, then you have to actually break down the debate space. If you're still operating in the binary where he has to choose at the end of the day a winner and loser, that means that within the debate space, this discussion becomes non-profitable to be able for both teams to be able to discuss or have a rehabilitation. A rehabilitation process cannot be a process of picking winners and losers, and your methodology does that, which means that the only methodology that could possibly function is one that would break down the debate space. We're saying that that is the only way that your methodology could actually function. But next you say that you encompass and include this explanation. My response is no. Our counter methodology is the only way that your methodology could actually ever function, because if you're still working within like these binaries of winning and losing, you can never have that. Next, we talk about how inclusivity happens outside of the debate space, and we talk about how different how debate spaces tend to be so exclusionary, and there's so many different colleges that don't even offer debate programs, so it's so hard for people to be able to access that, which means that you need to bring these conversations outside of the debate space, and that's part of the counter methodology, that the only way that we can actually include these discussions in a proper way is to actually talk about them outside of the debate sphere, which is essentially all of our, which goes back into all of our wrong form arguments. Now go to the case proper. Okay. The first extension I want you to go for is going to be that this kills participation on our behalf. You force us to be able to read a narrative. They say that we do not force you to read a narrative. However, your roll of the ballot says that you have to vote for whoever performs a narrative.
Performing and methodologically resists.
Whoever performatively and methodologically resists the indefinite imprisonment. Like, that's their writing for us. So that tells us that we one, have to be performative, and two, also have to function within their side of methodology. When Evelyn says that, look, that could be something really uncomfortable for me, we should not say that. We should not break down the debate and say it should no longer be a safe space. A safe space doesn't force people to talk about issues that they are not comfortable with. Maybe for some people, talking about their narrative may be a rehabilitation process, but for other people, if you put it in a confrontational debate zone, that actually makes it so you not only gut your own solvency, but you also potentially harm people because they're forced to either forfeit the ballot or talk about something that they really would rather not. But the next argument that I want you to extend is that you create a homogenization of voices because you can only speak for yourself as an individual. When you say that your methodology needs to be applied to people as a whole, you're essentially homogenizing their voices, saying they agree exactly with your methodology. This is where our feminist social justice theory movement comes into play, where we say, look, we're all for your movement, but you should allow us to game the ballot and you should allow us to co-opt your movement. If you're supporting an affirmative ballot, that means that you're actually going to be making us moving against this movement, because you're saying, look, if you support this movement, that means that you have to lose within this debate space. Probably another reason why it's bad to be a wrong forum. But extend the next argument I want you to extend is a commodification of the ballot. Look, you changed the role of the ballot to just be just using narratives to win the ballot. We say that this is particularly Evelyn explains how this is particularly harmful for individuals because it means it comes down to a race to the bottom where it goes back into subjectivity of how can you actually evaluate one person's narrative over another person's narrative. But the next argument they don't respond to is that you have the wrong audience, that the audience you're speaking to is really probably open and accepting of these ideas, but that means that you should be taking these to not against us and creating cognitive dissonance against your own causes that we should be all for. But that means that the debate space is not for this. Probably a reason why to prefer the counter methodology of breaking that down, talking about these issues outside of the debate space. But the next argument you can go for is a voter, which was fairness skew. We say that by breaking from the traditional lens of debate, you actually make debate less fair for Evelyn and I, because we have to spend time coming up with, in our own speech, coming up with a new strategy to be able to deal with your delineation, which means that it actually creates a circumstance in which you have the edge within the debate. Fairness is really key to debate because that's why we have a judge in the first place. If we didn't care about fairness, we would probably just decide the round between ourselves. We'd probably just make a bunch of new arguments in our last speech, and fairness is super key to the debate. Yeah.
What's the difference between us doing this and just standing up and reading a Cap Marx af for fairness?
At least.
For fairness, if you ran,
it's still premising under the same functionality. You're still breaking away from the traditional app has to affirm the resolution and neg has to negate.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Okay.
They say they run this movement all year.
Okay, they say they run this movement all year. What do you want on that?
What has changed? They haven't given you
Oh
any
yes,
specific
okay.
solvency.
This is probably going to be key to their solvency. If they're saying that we've run this movement all year and we've seen no breaking down or changing of the detention in which people live, that probably means that they don't actually garner any solvency. But you can go back to, if they are in fact affirming the topic to some propensity, they're only actually talking about for-profit colleges, which at the start of his speech he talks about how he talks exclusively about for-profit detention centers and how academia can be deemed as a for-profit detention center. When we talk about how things like public universities are considered non-profit, that you don't really break that down within the topic, that these detention centers still exist because you only would break down the for-profit if you're actually within the resolution. You wouldn't have any solvency, and it's not just a solvency. Yeah.
Coalition building in Delgado and speak on the social location.
Okay, on the role of the ballot, they say that they talk about they talk about coalition building and Delgado within speaking from your own social location. Look, if you're homogenizing voices by taking everybody and saying, look, you have to fit within this methodology and you have to work to break down the detentions through specifically our methodology of narratives, that probably means that you're homogenizing people's voices and you're not speaking from your own social sphere, rather you're projecting that methodology onto other people.
All code says that you can only speak from your social location. Like this
All
is
code
the-
says that you can only speak for
Bono's
your
one
social
campaign.
location. For example, in Bono's one campaign when he went to Africa and talked about how he was attempting to improve these people's lives, he was able to steal all of the limelight and all of the spot when in all actuality behind the scenes it was part of a Monsanto's land grab where none of the people who were actually affected by the issue were able to speak on it, rather just one voice like blacked out everybody else's opinion.
Okay. So it'll just be their case in order and then our methodology.
Okay.
Everybody ready? Okay. Let's begin. Now this is going to be an easy win for Nevada in today's debate. Not an easy win. I mean, this is not so easy, but it's gonna. So I'll give you several reasons. The first reason is why breaking down the debate space is going to be important for any sort of movement. Josh explains coming out of the MO, and he explains it in a way that's saying like if you want to engage in some sort of movement, you have to break it down. The fact is, debate is exclusive to a certain degree. We give you analysis as to like less than 20% of colleges actually have speech and debate programs, and how this is unique. This is a unique form of actually of us trying to get our voices out and trying to actually make any sort of change within the real world. Meaning that you're always going to be referring us because we're taking this conversation. We're saying we shouldn't have it in here because this is confrontational. It's aggressive. And instead, we should go out in the world and try to do something at our own universities. Try and change the conversation instead of trying to homogenize it and trying to bring it into the debate space. Onto the role of the ballot. Onto their case. To the framework. You're going to be extending out all the arguments to the wrong forum. This is going to be key. They don't answer back these arguments, meaning that this is going to give you unique reasons as to why the affirmative is never able to. This is why the affirmative never able to get insolvency. Furthermore, they make the damning argument that they run this argument all year. However, when they don't articulate any sort of change that's actually occurred as a result of them running this sort of position, you're going to be seeing that this doesn't have any change because it only gives credence to our wrong forum arguments because you put it in an aggressive space, meaning that people don't want to join your movement in the first place because you shut them out. The second is that you don't have the right audience for it. We probably will agree that about breaking down the barriers that exist within prisons and how prisons aren't necessarily just of like prisons, but they can be academia and all that stuff. We probably would agree with you, but the fact is that you don't do anything to change our realm or our sphere. You only push us further away from the moment when you put it in a competitive field, meaning that you're never able to get actually any sort of form of solvency. Furthermore, you silence us coming out because it silences any form for us to be able to speak on our own behalf. You say like social location, like we can't transcend that. Exactly, that's what our cult says. The thing is you can't speak on behalf of others. You cannot homogenize those voices because this is going to be the reasons why there's otherization, why people's voices don't get pushed to the forefront. This is the reason why things like Bono's one campaign is able to get like such notoriety is because people's voices are shut out. This is the reason why we can't have it in this debate space. This is the reason why we have to transcend beyond these seats and to be able to move past and be able to take this movement back to our universities, back to our communities, because this is the reason why we're able to actually speak on our own voices and to be able to actually participate. Furthermore, onto the role of the ballot. The role of ballot is going to be subjective at like best. Like the performance part of it is going to is pretty problematic in the world where performance is not going to be comes down to not necessarily just breaking down like barriers or anything, breaking down the methodologies, but it comes down to whoever can perform the best. It comes down to whoever can cry the best, whoever can gut wrench. And you're going to be saying this is going to be particularly bad for people who don't want their narratives to be. You say narratives are key to actually do any sort of change. This is like the reasons why we say narratives are actually going to be bad because it forces us who are probably going to be uncomfortable. We're speaking our own behalf, our own narratives, and it's either we have to speak our own narratives, which makes us uncomfortable, or we have to forfeit the ballot coming out from the get-go, meaning that this is going to be pretty problematic for debate in the first place. So, Judge, when it comes down to it, you're going to have to vote on fairness because one, you're going to be seeing that these positions like these exclusively shut out debaters, exclusively silence it, and it kills participation, and second is it homogenizes the voices, and
Third, it's a fairness skew.
It's a fairness skew, and it's going to be subjective at best, meaning that it's going to be, it allows for heavy judge intervention. They don't do anything to resolve this, meaning that you're going to be voting on the position, is this performance and narrative going to be key to being able to check back for all the issues they articulate in the app, or is it going to be transcending, going to be checked?
Or it's going to be the fairness debate, case proper near the roll of the ballot, and then wherever you float the narratives, bad stuff. Everyone good? Cool. First, I think there's two arguments that you need to look towards on this fairness debate as a reason as to why you're going to vote for Missouri Western. The first one is that their fairness issue is specifically skewed in the block. The 1 and C argument was specifically that we have infinite prep time. They have conceded that argument and instead gone for the debate is no longer fair because we do not specifically defend the hypothetical implementation of the topic. Mike asked a specific question in the block about how and why how we should engage in this debate. I.e., if we read like Marxist historical materialism, is that allowed? And they specifically say, no, this is a general idea of how we need to engage in the original resolution. You can look back to the 1 and C narrative specifically where I talked about how I'm always in the chains of Fiat. I'm always the USFG. We specifically impacted this out in the MG and also the PMC, in which when we always have to give up our social location and speak from the United States federal government, this splits ourselves into a personal and professional self. The impact to this kind of epistemology is that of the Nazi Holocaust, in which we can always whitewash ourselves of issues. Specifically, when they try to frame their fairness arguments in this side of the debate, this is an external diss-ad to their performance and the role of the ballot. That is a reason as to why you can a priori vote affirmative. The second argument is the role of the ballot. The role of the ballot is to whomever best performatively and methodologically resist indefinite imprisonment. Their first argument is that this is specifically self-serving. However, they have not answered the fact that it's not like I have to vote up my narrative, which is a lot of the ways in which the block summarizes their argument is that you have to have a narrative to access this space. They need to look towards the top of the PMC flow, which specifically talks about how performativity is the way in which you implement your methodology. Look at the counter methodology. How do they break down debate? I don't know. Like, they never give you that articulation. That's why methodology is not the only way that you can focus on debate, because you can have a good methodology like breaking down debate specifically, but they never perform that. They never break down debate inside of this. However, we have specific solvency claims as to why the 1AC specifically does break down those spaces. We argue that narratives and stories are good ways to be able to create a form of counter-hegemonic politics. Richard Delgado specifically explained that. We also talk about how our Hinz evidence allows us to talk from our social perspective, and you can group the Alcoff debate here. Our social perspective shapes the way in which we engage in other forms of rhetoric, i.e. the way in which I approach debate rounds is not going to be the same as other individuals. I can only access my social location and my story as a way to begin to form a counter-hegemonic politic. My counter-hegemonic politic does not end with me. There can be other narratives that can do that. They choose not to engage in this and in fact engage in another form of debate. They argue that they have no ground in this debate. However, they get access to a counter-methodology. If defending their narratives or not accessing the app is something that they want to do, they can do that. That's perfectly okay with us. It's about competing methodologies. That's why debate is actually a key space, because it's only when we have competing advocacies that we can actually...
Saying that debate space is key is probably no argument. I don't have a flow previously. The debate space is key because of competing methodologies.
That's fine. That doesn't matter. 2 minutes?
Just over.
Okay.
Yeah,
2:04. Okay.
2:04.
This is a reason, despite this, even if they win this argument that the debate space is key, they have no reason as to why they break down debate space or make the debate space more accessible. If anything, it is try or die for the affirmative. When I specifically advocate in the 1AC that this is a way in which me and Mike can create some form of counter-hegemonic politic to resist these movements. They also make a new argument in the blocks predicated off of Mike's MG argument that if we've been doing this every round, then we would have seen change. We have different methodologies every round. Performance teams just don't just read the same argument on the AF and the neg every single time the same way. And even if that is true, it's not, which was their original 1 and C fairness claim. Also, if this is true, it's specifically indicatory to the way in which we are creating change. We are carving out a space for ourselves. The only way in which we can do that and not be bound to the change of the United States federal government, as the PMC talks about, is to do that. They have also conceded external claims outside of the debate space that they go unanswered. Our impacts have gone conceded that the only way in which we can cope with structural violence, as the 1AC talks about how narratives are a coping mechanism for certain systems of oppressive, such as structural violence, which we indicated in the 1AC is going to be the largest impact in the round because of its insidious atrocity, because it is invisible, and also as many people die of poverty as die in a nuclear war. That was when we quoted the Gilligan, the Gilligan evidence. The only way that we can cope and resist that is to have a counter-hegemonic epistemology to systems that keep us indefinitely detained, i.e. the way in which me and Mike are indefinitely detained by the debate space, which is a reason as to why the only way you can access external impacts to what's happening in this round is to vote affirmative. These are both external net benefits to voting for the negative. Also, the counter methodology doesn't have any external impacts. When they don't say when they explain like no reason how they break down debate space, it's always going to be try or die for the F. That's their counter plan. You have to have counter plan solvency. They don't do that. That's a reason why performance debate is probably the best way to view that. And if nothing else, they don't have a role of the ballot. The only ballot, or the only role of the ballot that is in this round is whoever best performatively and methodologically resists indefinite detention. Even if it is self-serving, it's still try or die for the F.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quickly.
Alright.
Yeah, hey guys.
Great job, y'all. No, great job. There we go. That's probably
This way is
No, I was like, yes. And then you're like, no, no. And there was like,
All
no,
over this gives good.
First, let me say that this was a good debate. I think that everybody is engaging in thoughtful ways. This is an important conversation to be had in our community. This is an important issue to be had in any community. These are important issues for people to be aware of. These are important issues for people to discuss. And I think that all of you are to be commended for the fact that you engaged in this particular debate. Okay, and I think that's very important. And I don't want to discourage anyone from doing anything like that. I think that that's very important. There could have been a little bit more clear and consistent clash in some critical areas, particularly issues about role of the ballot and so forth. After all is said and done, I am going to vote negative. And there are a couple of reasons for that. And the primary reason, I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding your counter methodology because it doesn't make a lot of sense. At least to me. Let me rephrase that. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm not understanding exactly what you are trying to do with this counter narrative, and I think the PMR is compelling when he says that how did they break down debate? I don't know how you do that. I don't know either. I'm not sure what you're doing exactly to try to accomplish that. The reason that I vote negative is that I think that there are some ways that they're accessing offense against this advocacy in ways that create some unintended consequences on your part. And there are a few ways that I think that happens. First of all, I think that it potentially creates some personal discomfort. I think we saw personal discomfort in this debate round take place. I think that it's going to make some people very uncomfortable, and I think that they are, gaining some leverage here, getting some mileage out of this argument that you homogenize the performance because you say that you don't have to perform anything, and then at other times you say you don't have a performance, and so you can't win the debate. There's a little bit of inconsistency there in saying that, I'm sorry?
How would I better explain with the methodology argument? What I was trying to get at there was that they don't have a methodology they stand behind, so that means they don't have a performative aspect inside of the debate.
I think you say it like that a little bit more cleanly. I think the problem is we're hearing at least two different stories coming out. That in one place we're hearing, no, you can do whatever you want. You don't have to have a narrative. You don't have to perform. In other places we're hearing, because you don't have a narrative and because you don't perform, you can't win. It's the only way to win, which kind of ties into the second set of things I want to talk a little bit about, this binary of win-loss, but we'll get there in just a moment. But I think that it does create this level of personal discomfort in that not all people want to share that narrative. I think that there are plenty of arguments available for you there, that sometimes discomfort is important and it creates cognitive dissonance and it allows us to, and you do talk about how that gives us this experience with oppression. It gives us an ability and the tools to overcome those problems. The problem I'm finding is that I don't think that you're answering very well the idea that this puts people in a box. This puts people in their own form of prison. If it puts them in a position where they're uncomfortable and don't want to share their own personal behaviors. And part of the reason that creates a problem is the next set of arguments that I think are important, in that it creates opposition to your methodology. You force people to oppose. That is an argument that I don't find well answered in this debate round. I think that there are arguments available to you, but I don't think that you're answering that argument well in this debate, that it creates opposition to your methodology, that it creates opposition to, you take people that would generally agree and force them to oppose because it's stuck in the binary. It's stuck in this competitive world where you will take people that would have been allies and force them to become opponents or adversaries. I think that there are some arguments that could be made here, but in this debate I don't think those arguments are being made very well. The last thing is this set of binary, this binary argument, this competitive binary that is set up, and combining that with this discussion about externalities, external benefits, external consequences. It seems like there's this argument that they're saying, this wrong forum. I'm not really super compelled by non-forum arguments, but this one has a little bit of a nuanced twist to it, in that they're saying that the way you learn, or the way we would be learning to engage and learn about and identify our social location, to share our narratives, to engage in performativity in this binary competitive fight for the ballot kind of way, teaches us to take that into our everyday lives and fight with people to be right. Fight with people, argue with people, rather than engaging them in such a way that allows for everyone to have that different perspective or to explain their, share their own personal narrative. It means that we're learning to debate other people in our everyday lives. That seems like that doesn't allow for this free-flowing, open, shared forum where people feel comfortable because they feel like they're being tested, they feel like they're being judged, they feel like they're being, that creates a situation where we're combative, it creates a situation where we're hostile in our interactions with others, we're adversarial as opposed to collaborative and cooperative with other people. That seems like it would be a problematic model for taking that into our everyday lives. And I don't think there's much of an answer to that. All you're doing is saying that we're benefiting from this space yourself. But if you're benefiting from this space yourself, what I would say is that you should keep doing this, and it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. I'm not sure why winning or losing is important to you all sharing your narrative, sharing your experience, sharing your personal, performing your personal, experiences and sharing your social location. I'm not sure why that is harmed by not winning the debate. I'm not sure what there is to gain out of the role of the ballot by rewarding this performance with the ballot. But I do see that there's at least an argument, and I'm not saying that I necessarily personally agree with it, but there's an argument being made in this debate that you're going to take combative, hostile, adversarial ways of interacting with others into your life space, into your external out-of-round space. That doesn't seem like it's consistent with the goals of your original stance. And the very first thing I'm thinking too, when actually I hear that you want this element of performability, and you want to create what you call accessible dialogue. The dialogue that happened in this debate round is not accessible to a large majority of the population, the people that we interact with. It's not the way we structure our arguments, the rate of delivery that we're using. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, no, we're good.
My bad.
If you're welcome to disagree with me, but if you want to disagree with me so I can hear with me in a way that I can hear.
No.
It seems like there would be arguments available to you, but I don't think you're answering those arguments.
Yeah.
In the MG, I don't think that there is an assessment of how this carries into our external lives, except for the single sole argument that it seems that you're making, that you all have been doing this all year and you've benefited tremendously from doing this. That's wonderful, and that's why I suggest that you continue to do this. But I think there's an awful lot of credence in this argument that we will take this style, this approach into our everyday lives. And how many of us go about debating with everybody that we experience in our everyday lives? If we do, we probably have some hostile relationships with people. Right? It creates that kind of adversarial relationship. How many people do we have a conversation with someone where we're trying to exchange important discussions about the way we felt imprisoned and stuck in our lives and the trauma that we've experienced? Do we say, all right, now I'm going to 10-point your, right? I mean, that is an argument that I think is being made in a fairly compelling way in this debate that there's not a response to.
How did you evaluate their ability to produce counter methodologies to help produce a better system in that case? Like, that was what I put on the flow there, was that they have the ability to produce a counter methodology that allows for tweaking of our method.
Sure.
Like, how does that not answer that back?
I don't know how that answers this argument that your methodology is bad.
Okay.
Your methodology creates hostility. Your methodology creates. I'm not sure why they have to have a counter methodology that does it any better if their argument is that your methodology does not create accessible, does not create accessible, engaging practice in your everyday life. That was your original framework, was that we should vote for the team that creates accessible dialogue inside and outside the debate space, that we can engage in this practice in everyday life. And I think that if that is the case, by confining it and using it in this binary space, it creates adversaries. It creates people who are not cooperative with one another. It creates an instance where we are trying to tell people, oh, your experience is, and I even had the same experience, as in the PMC, you're telling me how you felt imprisoned, and there is at least a part of me that is saying, and the imprisonment you felt was that you had to debate in college. That's not all that difficult of a, you got a scholarship, and your school is paid for, and someone could say that's a privilege, not an imprisonment or a detriment. And so it creates a situation where we begin to compare our oppression. It is the Olympics of the oppression Olympics, where we begin to disregard others' experiences because they're not as significant as our own, or because there is something they're not as good at performing them as we are. I don't know how asking them to have a counter method is necessary if they're giving a fairly good reason why your methodology seems to create individuals that will go throughout their everyday lives saying, let me tell you the 6 reasons why you're wrong and how you didn't answer this. And does that make sense? That's what I'm saying. You are more than welcome to disagree with me, but I'm asking you, does it make sense what I am saying?
Yeah, I just have 2 questions really quick. How did you evaluate the fairness argument about how, like, in the block it was kind of skewed to, like, you have to defend the USFG? So, like, the turns to that. Like, the top of the PMR argument that the block shifted from, like, an infinite prep fairness argument to you don't defend the res.
I don't think there's really a lot. I don't think there's a very good development of the fairness argument on either side. I don't know at the end of this debate exactly what fairness is.
Okay.
Right. I certainly wouldn't vote against you because it's not fair to the negative team that you did something that wasn't. I think your arguments originally are, this happens every time we run anything. They don't know what's happening. They don't know what's coming out.
And then, how did you view, like, the structural violence net benefit?
I think that it's a decent argument, but I don't think that it answers the fact that we're learning a method, we're teaching a method, we're using a method that creates adversaries rather than allies.
Okay.
And if we're talking about putting people in their most uncomfortable spaces by sharing their social location, I don't think we should be debating at each other over those issues. We should be talking with one another. We should be conversing. We should be having a dialogue, a discussion, making people feel safe rather than making people feel uncomfortable.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evelyn.
Great. And who's our leader of the opposition?
Daniel.
Thank you.
I forgot what side we were on.
That would be really awkward.
Okay, ready when you are.
All right. All right, let's begin. Observation 1 is a resolutional analysis. Subpoint A is a resolution. The United States should send lethal military aid to Ukraine. The second is going to be framework. 1 is that fiat is an act of imagination necessary to allow both teams access to debate. Any other framework denies reciprocity, not to be rejected. Second is that F has the right to reasonably define a resolution through the use of parametrics in order to prove it true. It is then the opposition refutation must negate the F's proof of the resolution in order to win the battle in today's debate. 3 is that policy, all-inclusive net benefits is the best criterion for the round as it allows both teams equitable access to debate. 4 is that due to the fact that all words have a multiplicity of meaning, as long as it's not shown to exclude the negative in any sort of fashion, you should prefer the affirmative to contextualized definition. So background is going to be Russia has already been moving into Crimea and the eastern front of Ukraine, and they have a fleet. Specifically, Russia's Black Sea Fleet is based in Crimea. The number of Russian forces in Crimea just exceeded over 20,000 people moving, and they're moving into Ukraine's eastern front. They got control of one of the major railroads that they have within Ukraine that's used for transporting goods to and from Ukraine. And third is that according to the UN Human Rights Office, there's already 6,000 killed and over 15,000 injured in the time period that Russia has annexed Crimea. In 1996, Ukraine gave all their anti-aircrafts from the START 1 treaty to Russia as part of a treaty that they made with Russia in order to stop the aggression that's already been occurring. So therefore, the plan text is going to be: the United States will send anti-air weapons to Ukraine. The United States will send anti-air weapons to Ukraine. The solvency is 1 that allows to shoot down planes and any anti-ballistic missiles, which is going to be key to checking back for Russian aggression. Second is that in May 2013, 2 Mi-35s, which are attack helicopters, they were shot down from handheld anti-air force shots and deterred as a warning signal, and got the planes to go back to Russia, which is going to be a key signifier as to why this is going to be important for us to be able to continue this program, is particularly the United States helping out Ukraine. Therefore, the first advantage is going to be Ukrainian lives.
Can I have a copy of the plan text, by the way?
Yeah, for sure. Josh, got it right. Okay. A is for uniqueness. Right now, there's fighting in the Ukraine region, particularly in the Crimea Peninsula and the Eastern Front. More than 260 people were killed in the Donetsk airport. There's still denial about the involvement of Ukrainian rebels as part of the, if they're a part of Russia. However, like these militants were armed by Russia, and several reports have come out and stated that these people they have military-grade weapons that were only going to be given as a result of Russia's involvement. And Putin 2 days ago said he's going to nuclearize Ukraine and threatens to use his missiles, putting mobile defense to shoot down this month. And the second point under this is that there's already a failed ceasefire. In just of January 31st and February 5th of this year, 263 civilians were killed as a result of the actions that were put on from Russia. And also rebels have also aided Russia. With the armed forces. Therefore, the link is going to be plan gives a defensive military option for Ukrainians. Second is that this gives an option to be also act as a deterrence factor, which is going to be key to checking back for Russian aggression. The internal links is deterrence is key in securing lives and ensuring that this allows for the de-escalation of violence that is occurring within the eastern front of Ukraine and as well as the Crimea Peninsula, and it also decreases the amount of conflicts, because if Ukraine also if they're on a level playing field, like if one offensive force can be offset by a defensive force, this allows for an equilibrium, meaning that this allows for the de-escalation of conflict because Russia cannot continue on their aggression. Therefore, the impacts is going to be the first impact is going to be people. The ability to reduce conflict and level the playing field will allow citizens to be better protected, which is going to be key to ensuring that no other lives get taken away. This is going to be key specifically within the eastern front cities. Many people have already moved away from their hometowns to homes that they were tied to for decades, and they have to move to the western front in order to be safe from the violence going on within the eastern front, which is going to be without any sort of action. They're like somewhat acting under a refugee status. They're moving because of the violence, and even if they don't move, they're caught in the crossfire and they're being killed as a result of the air raids or any other offensive military options that Russia has implemented. And the second is going to be nuclear war, because with nuclear weapons, without any checks on Russia aggression, they will keep nuclearizing. The brink is now, as of 2 days ago, the brink is now. So without doing anything, we allow for the risk of Russia setting off these nuclear weapons, which is going to allow for an escalation of nuclear war. Once Russia offsets the nuclear weapons within Ukraine, this allows for other actors, specifically like there's already 11 actors who would say that they will back Ukraine up when it comes to lethal aid, meaning that those states will be tied into protecting Ukraine, which will allow for offensive military operation, meaning that this is going to allow for escalation of nuclear war. Yes.
These 11 actors, what do you mean by back them up with lethal
aid? Like Ukraine has already asked for lethal aid within they have asked several countries, particularly Western countries, and 11 have already been in the process or are thinking about giving them aid, meaning that they're already like giving them they committed to giving aid.
Lethal, so they committed to giving lethal aid.
Yes.
Okay.
Advantage 2 is going to be the Ukraine nationalism. A is for uniqueness, as Russia is using claims that these Ukrainians are ethnic Russians and using this opportunity as a land grab. You're going to be seeing that the same mindset was occurring within the Nazi Germany when this gave Hitler the option to be able to invade other areas such as Poland, because there was ethnic Germans in those areas and he needed to protect them from their oppressive government. This is the same mentality that Putin is using in order to be able to land grab the eastern part of Ukraine. And the second point under uniqueness is that Russia is not entering into a zero-sum game. Crimea offers access to the Black Sea with trillions of dollars, trillions of underwater resources, including trade, port, fishing, oil and reserves, and much more, meaning that this is going to be beneficial. This is not Russia acting out as a deterrence factor, but actually them acting in a way that's going to be beneficial for them to be able to get these resources and acting in an offensive manner. So the link is going to be that plan checks back against Russian aggression, and this decreases the amount of the stronghold that Russia has against Ukraine, which is going to be key, because since Ukraine is usually ignored within policymaking. We see like what happened with Georgia when it was largely ignored until lo and behold, when Russia invaded and killed off several Georgians, which is going to be key to preventing those kind of escalations. And the impact is going to be for freedom of government, because right now Ukraine is in a stage where they either have to appease Russia or try and fight for their sovereignty, which is going to be key, because without them having any tools to be able to fight back for their sovereignty, they're back under Russian control, as they were back in past 1991 or 1994, one of those 2 years before the Russian Revolution, meaning that this is going to be key for them to be able to actualize and to be able to have their own agency, to be able to have a stance against an oppressive actor.
My roadmap will be 2 off,
Case in order. Starting with the framework, background, solvency, advantages in order. And if at any point I'm unclear, please let me know. Is everybody ready? The first off case position is trade promotion authority politics disadvantage. Uniqueness is that the trade promotion authority or TPA will pass. The first argument says bipartisan support. Obama and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell have announced support for the trade promotion authority to expand U.S. markets abroad. The second argument, without moderate Democrat support, the trade promotion authority will not be able to make it past the Senate. This is because Elizabeth Warren has ramped up his criticism of progressive wing of the Democratic Party against the trade promotion authority, claiming that the TPA lacks a clear negotiation process, possible job loss, and ecological impacts of free trade. However, Obama is being able to provide coverage for the passage because it's being painted as an Obama policy, i.e. a definition of his legitimacy, indicating that he is effectively able to coalesce the majority of the Democrats to be able to pass links. The plan is bipartisan, leading to the denial of trade promotion authority passage. The first argument is that bipartisan support for lethal military aid is occurring right now. According to the Associated Press on February 10th, it cited Mark Thornberry, a Republican from Texas, and Adam Smith, a Democrat from Washington, who both drafted legislation that provided lethal aid to Ukraine, specifically anti-air technology. Thornberry specifically said that there are two bipartisan support right now in Congress to have for this lethal aid. The second argument is this leads to Congress unifying against Obama because they were effectively emboldened to the point in which they feel like they can overcome Obama's coverage to the point in which their criticism actually matters. The third argument is that Obama's committed to not escalate tensions within the region, which makes him look weak, and as a flip-flopper, effectively causing him to not be able to have enough support to be able to have the trade promotion authority pass. The internal links such as TPA is key to balancing the Asia Pacific. The first argument is that China is pushing free trade area of the Asian Pacific. Specifically, they are pushing their own free trade agreement, the free trade area of the Asian Pacific, to be able to counterbalance the United States economic interests within the region, stating that there is a call for Western control of their markets. The second argument is the trade promotion authority would lead towards new levels of engagement with Southeast Asia, in which we would be able to counteract the free trade area of the Asian Pacific with our own free trade agreement, i.e. the Trans-Pacific Partnership, that would be allowed to be authorized and negotiated through the passage of the trade promotion authority, that will allow for over $123.5 billion in economic trade to occur between the United States and the region by 2025. The third argument is the trade promotion authority is symbolic of U.S. leadership within the region. According to Thomas Mack, a former chief of staff for President Clinton, he said that the trade promotion authority would just deal a symbolic blow to U.S. leadership in the region because we were seen as non-committal in engaging their economies. We indicate the failure of U.S. leadership leads to Chinese expansionism, in which they feel like they can continue to act violently against not only the United States but also international actors, to the point in which militarization becomes inevitable. That is our impact that militarization leads towards extinction. The first argument is that China would effectively militarize in the seas. The Senkaku Islands have access to the energy resources under them. However, economic balances and trade ties to check back the point that we were allowing ourselves to allow for larger economic engagement within the region. However, we indicate that at the point that China ceases the Senkaku Islands and effectively forces the United States to come in and side with Japan because of our allegiances established the National Defense Reauthorization Act of 2013, in which we stated that Japan has sovereignty over the islands and we would back them up. This leads towards an escalation of conflict in which a conventional war kills millions of individuals as a reason alone to reject the affirmative, but also allows for the propensity of nuclear weapons to be detonated, leading to the same extinction scenario as Advantage 1. Observation 1 is framework for the next half. Our argument is that bad methodology breeds bad policy making. The Iraq War is empiric, in which we endorse the bad methodology of China to seek out non-existent weapons of mass destruction that led towards mass amounts of civilian casualties. This is the same rhetoric that is implicated at the point that we allow for violent representations to be endorsed. There are second framework arguments that feel out us to lose little ways that it divorces us from personal agency. You indicate that this imaginative process through your own framework claims, but we indicate that this divorces us from questioning what we as individuals can do. The little beast that you never solve for the impacts listed in the affirmative case, creating a form of nihilism in which we feel like we can do nothing in the world, only the state can act. The little cease that the act of fiat is an endless power, is an endless act of violence, and with violence in which we endorse these power structures to claim, allowing for them to continue their authority. We also indicate that endorsement creates legitimacy. The rhetoric and representations of the PNC matter just as much as the plan. If we assume that the violence is inevitable, then our behavior will become to facilitate this violence. Observation 2 is the links. The first item is that lethal military aid is an endorsement of violence. The affirmative basis an ethic that violence is the only way to be able to resolve the Ukrainian crisis. Creating a violence as a solution ignores other implicit causes of the problem, such as profound international relations or lack of engagement between the two countries. The second link is that the violence complacency the plan attempts to cede the power of the United States federal government by acting disingenuinely as the United States federal government as an attempt to be able to claim the perceived power of it. This externalizes individual responsibility of what we can do to effectively cease the conflict, and the way in which we continue to have these violent constructions be perceived and replicated within the international arena, to the point in which we are complacent. The third link is that the affirmative engages in just war criteria, with the affirmative defines where under what circumstances war and violence is justified instead of how we can reduce the spread of violence. Our observation 3 is the links. The extinction is inevitable in the world in which we continue to allow for ourselves to be conditioned by the power structures that bay in we have become complacent within these violent interactions. Each individual endorsement of violence guarantees our extinction. This is because claims of violence is the only solution with justification for the only usage of nuclear weapons against Japan, indicating that we effectively allow for this methodology to be replicated to the point of no return, in which violence becomes more in situation where state apparatus structures become more and more violent. The claim that is justified in which conflicts escalate, turning the case because it prevents us from being able to engage Russia. Thus, the alternative: vote negative to reject the violence of the affirmative. Vote negative to reject the violence of the affirmative. Vote negative to reject the violence of the affirmative. Or observation 4 is solvency. The first argument said that the explanation of the alternative is that rejecting violence is an ethical decision to reject the violent action. The alternative forces the individual into an active role to choose to refrain from violence. Our second argument is that nonviolent approach is solved for the Farrah Kachina with a postdoctoral fellow at the JFK School of Government at Harvard, indicated that between 1990 and 2006, nonviolent approaches were twice as likely to be able to solve as their violent counterparts. Our alternative allows for the space to be able to engage in dialogue with Russia and give the Minsk Agreement the ability to be able to pass and work. We indicate that now is the key time for nonviolent approaches because if we continue to militarize the region, it will only beget militarism. Observation in one framework. Your active imagination endorses violent solutions, which leads to a replication of flawed policies, assuring that your policy net benefit only ensures violence rather than prevents its inception. On your background argument, we indicate that the status quo is able to solve because the peace process is advancing. Specifically, representatives of Ukraine and Russia and the Organization for Security and Cooperation Europe have conference on the 13th, which outlined compliance measures for the coming months. While at the same time, the French Foreign Minister Fabius and Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov pointed to declining casualties as evidence of success of recent negotiations on the solvency debate. We indicate that you will not be able to solve because the increased media attention by providing anti-air weapons will effectively prevent the support for becoming ineffective because Russia will know the technology we're giving and where it is going. The plane crash in northern Ukraine is proof in which the international support will fail because media coverage would effectively prevent us from being able to gain the upper hand, while at the same time, a solvency turn the entire technology can be reverse engineered by Ukraine for ballistic weaponry to attack Russia, effectively allowing for the escalation of violence to occur, while at the same time, we indicate that Polish foreign minister has isolated that the shipments of lethal aid such as anti-air technology would be a recipe for war with Russia because the United States would have to send it to Poland, then to Ukraine, effectively causing the propensity for us to be able to have a risk of an attack on Poland to be able to reroute the transfer. Furthermore, we indicate on the advantage 1 that there is no brink to this war with Russia because Putin is nowhere to be seen right now, indicating there is no ability for Russia to be able to engage in war without their leader, while at the same time the Minsk Agreement established by the European Union, Ukraine, and Russia has been effectively working in, which has led towards demilitarization of the border region that has been proven to be seen by all news agencies. Furthermore, we indicate that the European Union will be able to solve because they're already giving anti-air technology to Ukraine right now. There is no reason why U.S. action is key. Furthermore, there is a solvency turn that the anti-air technology does not lead towards any kind of equilibrium and power between Ukraine and Russia. Rather, it just leads towards rapid utilization and more dangerous military practices at the point that the United States get involved in which Russia now resorts to precision-guided weaponry, military occupation of ridges, and landmines along the border region, which cause more casualties and escalate the violence even faster. Furthermore, we indicate that the plan effectively harms the current agreement between Russia and the EU at the point that it's seen as the United States encroaching on the region, and the U.S. has the European Union support. This forces Russia to cut off the natural gas to be able to sustain its own military credibility. We indicate that this effectively creates the propensity for war, while at the same time leaving millions of individuals within Europe without electricity. Furthermore, we indicate that there was no risk of Russian war now because they lost Putin over Reachgo, which indicates there was no ability for them to focus on external policies rather than focusing inward towards political stability, while at the same time Russia's economy has been declining through projected growth of -4% for the next year, which is primarily caused by low oil prices and Western sanctions, which is crippling the modernization and maintenance of their army, indicating they don't have the ability to check back. Furthermore, there was a meeting on March 20th with the EU to discuss the possibility of natural gas sales on the 20th and forcing them towards reconciliation. The plan allows for them to back out of this agreement because it's seen as militarizing the region. Advantage 2. Your advantage 2 is empirically disproven because Russia backed out of Georgia, Afghanistan, Kosovo occupations, indicating there was no ability for Russian nationalism to cause an impetus for war, while at the same time linked on the plan is an attempt to use the military technology of anti-air to control Ukraine for Western powers' interests, assuring that we deny the autonomy of those individual Ukrainians to the point at which they are just puppets for us to act against the Russian Federation.
Do you care if we sit or stand?
Sorry?
Do you care if we sit or stand for our
Doesn't
speeches?
matter.
Doesn't matter? Okay.
No.
Let's just see. I think I'm gonna go case solvency, advantage 1, advantage 2. TPA K on bottom.
Do I need the framework page?
What do you want extended on framework? Okay.
So
One more time.
Page 2, TPA.
Yep. extend that policy net benefits provides equitable ground for both teams to be able to access the debate. Also extend that policy making fiat is an act of the imagination, which is the gateway for both individuals into the round. Their alternative actually takes a fiat course action because they're assuming that their ideology or alternative would in fact permeate into the real world, meaning that they're actually accessing these same sort of articulating arguments within their critique, but that'll come out later. Go on to solvency. First they say that this will not solve because it increases intention. Cross-apply or solvency point, which says that specifically Russian planes have flown into the area and then after being scared off by hand anti-missiles have actually backed out of the area. This is going to be key to checking back for further Russian aggression. But the next argument is that there's been a continued amount of Russian aggression within rebels in impiety. And we mentioned in their background that the ceasefire that was declared only lasted for like 12 hours. This is probably indicative of a non-stable area. At that point when Russia is not stable, that means that it's going to be try or die for any sort of affirmative action to be able to reverse this. But the next argument he says is that Ukraine can reverse engineer this equipment to be able to be offensive, but my argument is that Russia already knows how to use this, or Ukrainians already know how to use this equipment because they previously had it before Russia ended up taking it, part of the 2006 agreement. This was covered in background, but
1996.
In 1996, where Russia took their anti-air missiles, that means that we actually had access. They had access to air missiles before, so they don't need that. Then his third argument is that this is going to ultimately cause escalation to war. We'll go back to all our solvency arguments, which is why that won't happen. Go to the link.
Quick question.
Yeah.
If they already have access to knowing how to make such things as ballistic missiles, why can't they just construct anti-aircraft weaponry?
That takes time.
Okay, so it'll take time.
And they're asking for it. It takes time, resources, funding. Like okay. Next is on the link arguments. They say that this is going to Russia is going to essentially escalate. Cross-apply that same argument. They say that Russia is going to increase their border security and increase landmines. I'm going to say that that argument is going to be non-unique. They're already increasing aggression in the status quo by transporting missiles, and that's indicative of the fact that they have one of the most major railroad transports. Next is that he says that the European Union would probably check back. However, the European Union is not giving air support technology, which we argue is going to be key to checking back against major Russian aggression, specifically the nuclear war scenario, where we say that Putin has actually transported to the border 2 tactical nuclear weapons, and said that he would be willing to use them in this scenario, meaning that the only way we can check back against this is actually anti-air.
Just because he hasn't been seen doesn't mean that his policies aren't
removed. Then their first argument, he says just because he hasn't been seen means that he won't, there can't be a war. That makes no sense just because because most of the foreign policy that gets run is not done exclusively by the president, but it's done through the Department of Defense, and continuing statements have come out over this, and continued action is escalated, so that's probably a reason why our link is still valid.
They said there's no brink for war. We give you the specific
They say there's no brink for war, but we give you a specific brink scenario. And when the fact that we say that Putin says he will specifically use this, that probably means that there's a brink scenario. You can't get more clear than written words. But the next on advantage 2 goes straight to the links. He says that this is going to cause, first, he makes the Russian backlash response. You can apply those same exact arguments for why this is actually checking back against Russian aggression. But the next argument is he says that this is the United States' turn to control Ukraine. My response is going to be the 11 other European Union nations would probably be just as likely to cause this. That means that the United Nations action is non-unique, and if anything, we're just going to cause a better situation with that. But not only that, we are giving these aid without strings, meaning that we probably don't have a leeway to gain some sort of colonialist entry. Now go to TPA, go down to the impacts of TPA. TPA is bad because it increases the intellectual rights and patent laws. It makes it so you cannot create generic medicines through other countries, and actually extends the amount of time corporations have the right to have a patent on their product. Not only that, they can patent new uses for current drugs that they have. This is especially damning for people who want to prescribe drugs off-label, which is often the only way that people in poor situations are able to get medicine through off-label drug use, which is like a cheaper drug prescribed not for its intended purpose. This means that you're only going to have brand name drugs, which brand name drugs can be as much as 10 times as expensive. This is the particular scenario you can look to is that AIDS within this area has reduced significantly since the access to generic medicine has become available. It's something like it's hundreds and hundreds of dollars every week that you have to pay if you're going for the brand name prescription, but it's only like pennies on the dollar if you actually have access to these lowers. But next is going to be that this turns their war impact scenarios, because this is going to exacerbate poverty and the effects of poverty within the region, and their own uniqueness scenario says that the Asian Pacific is going to be worried about Western influence taking over their area. That's probably this Trade Promotion Authority is probably very indicative of Western corporations being able to control the access of medicine to these other parts of the world. That probably means that like they're going to cause all their impacts first.
Poverty outweighs on a systemic level. Like,
Yeah, not only that, poverty outweighs on a systemic level. When they give you a Senkaku Islands brink scenario, you would never vote on this because Senkaku Islands has been like on a brink for the last 10 years. They need to give a specific example of why TPA is specifically important, and they don't. Next on the critique. They say methodology comes first. No, consequences is the only thing that you can ever consider in any situation, because even the reasons why the methodological implications have to be considered is based on consequential policy analysis. For example, we don't actually know what sort of implications the policies that we have unless we look at the consequences of each individual specific policy. For example, like bad methodology can sometimes lead to good results. During the Black Plague, they systematically killed rats, and that reduced instances of the Black Plague. That's probably really bad methodology, but it led to good results. Probably indicative of the fact that you can only look to the results to determine methodology. So if we're winning on the time frame debate, and we're winning the argument that fiat is an act of the imagination, and we're both accessing our impacts on the same level, that means that we're going to be outweighing on all the case level impacts of this critique. But next, go on to the links. First is they first say that our endorsement of the United States federal government creates. Okay, what do you want on? They say that
it's profound effect. However, this is being used defensively. Like,
oh,
it's
yeah.
not being used offensively.
My first response is that these weapons are being used defensively. They concede that in the background, that these weapons are going to be used exclusively for Ukraine to be able to check back against Russian aggression. But the next argument is they say that that United States action is specifically bad because it means that we're going to impose colonialist work on these areas. However, I'm going to say that the 11 the European Union nations that have done this probably would have triggered that. But my next response is going to be that this sort of behavior is inevitable. Russia is going to do it if we don't, and the European Union nations are going to do it if we don't. That means that the United States is not specific. Next on their alt, perm.
Do the act to reject the violence.
Do the act to reject the violence of
Russia.
Of Russia. Do the act to reject the violence of Russia. This functionally works as a permutation because it allows us to check back against Russian aggression. We be the first step. Yeah.
All right. The order will be the criticism, TPA, and then case.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
No problem. Criticism, TPA, case. I will be starting at the very top of case with the background arguments that Dan made. All right. Anyone not ready?
You're good.
Not going for the criticism, extend our analysis that consequences are the first thing we look to, as well as the fact that violence is inevitable, which means it's a question of how we engage with that violence. Not going for the alternative, no offense against it. Going to the TPA politics. They say that this is necessary in order to it's necessary to prevent patent rights that would be gained via the TPP. The first argument is that patent rights are necessary to allow for actual production of medical technology. This is because the Congressional Research Service found that it takes 12 years for them to actually be able to gain profits from being able to create a specific form of biologics or other types of medicine. This means that in a world where we do not have patents, it becomes impossible for them to have the profit motive necessary, as well as the revenues necessary to continue the generation of medicines in the future. The second argument is that this is also necessary because the TPP is what allows for the extension of the patent rights to 12 years, specifically actually extends it to 15 years because it allows for them to have a profit period in which actually generate profits as opposed to just breaking even on those specific developments of technology, which makes it possible for having new types of developments in the future. The third argument is that this is necessary. This is because India alone has stolen 25 different patents from the United States medical technology, which makes it possible for them to be able to justify such things as the deployment of biologics as well as different types of cures for malaria necessary for them to be able to fight back against both malaria as well as cancer via the biologics. The next argument is that this is also necessary to allow for the spread of multiple technologies across the entirety of the the Asian region. This is because it allows for us to not only be able to have access to these markets, but also be able to encourage such things as bilateral trade between multiple countries, which allows for us then to be able to decrease costs in the future. Also allows for us to be able to access to specific markets, which means that we can work in tandem with Japanese developers at the same time, which allows for new types of biologics to be developed at the same time as it reduces cost because it allows for us to not have to actually transfer them overseas, which allows for us to be able to deploy in multiple areas at the same time. The second argument they make is that the new types of uses can actually have patents placed against them. The first argument is that these new uses are necessary to be able to understand exactly the ways in which drugs can be deployed as well as be used in the future. Second argument is that patent law also allows for us to be able to, at the same time as we patent the actual uses of these drugs, to be able to understand the ways in which these uses can be medically tested. It allows for us to be able to understand that whether or not these are actually being abused, as well as be able to prevent such things as a potential for these drugs to actually cause worse types of illnesses in the future. Next argument we make is that AIDS actually has declined. The first argument is that AIDS has declined, but at the same time we must also be able to fight back against such areas as cancer. This is because cancer via biologics it has been projected to be able to actually have a chance to be eradicated within the next 25 years by multiple research services. This is because biologics allows for us not only to be able to isolate cancer, but also be able to target without having such things as radiation treatments necessary that will actually cause individuals to become weaker in the long term. Also causes individuals to actually have the chance to be able to fight off cancer better because now that they're no longer weaker, they are able to work with the medicine as opposed to against. At the same time, also allows for them to be able to avoid such things as radiation treatment, but possibly causing cancer to mutate in the first place, which allows for them to be able to have rare types of treatment. Next argument makes is that this is a form of Western influence, which turns the controlling. The first argument is that Western influence is actually good in this case because it allows for us to be able to interact with multiple actors within the region. Specifically, Japan has isolated the ones to be able to work with us in question of being able to go backlash against, be able to constrain the influences of specifically China. You've also see the chief of staff from the Clinton administration, which indicated that lack of TPP would be a sign that the United States is beginning to move away, as well as the fact that the economic arm of such things as an Asian pivot, which is necessary to be able to convince allies that we're going to work with them in the future. It's not a question of whether or not we are capable of actually having be able to constrain militarization via the deployment of our military, but whether or not we can convince nations within the region that we're going to continue to interact with them in the long term necessary to be able to prevent their militarization against China, so that China does have a justification for a first strike, or the continued militarization of these conflict lines. Also, is an indication exactly why we have to be able to engage with multiple economic actors because it allows for us to be able to unite 10 different countries across the entirety of the Asian area in the economic bloc, which allows for us to be able to work together not only on such as economic policy, but also allows for us to be able to gain sticky powers necessary because it allows for us to be able to gain access to basic rights rules. At the same time, be able to have such as economic growth necessary for us to be able to develop new types of military technology within the United States, which prevents the need for Japan militarization on its own. The next argument makes about poverty overwhelms. The first argument is that poverty is also turned by the analysis about how cancer biologics are necessary because it's the only way in which we can actually create new types of medicine necessary to allow individuals to fight back against disease, as well as how those types of medicine distribute across the entirety of Asia much larger impact on these individuals, allowing systemic violence. The second argument is that this is also necessary to look to extinction level impacts because 100% separate internally about how militarization is necessary to be applied against. Otherwise, we have an extinction level scenario, which means that where we are, that becomes possible for us to have valuable life in the first place because we need existence prior to our actual be able to question whether or not we actually have a valuable life or have essence in the first place, which means that it becomes a question, prior question to 100% for poverty and impacts. The second argument is that also such as militarization takes away from the individuals who are actually impoverished because it allows for us to be able to justify such things as be able to take away food from citizens and after to be able to support the military apparatus that we actually generate. Specifically, to look to the country of North Korea, which has continued the militarization products at the cost of its citizenry, which is an indication that we're internally trying to solve back for the question of poverty as well in the long term. Case.
They said Senkaku's on the brink now.
Oh, they also say that there's no isolation exactly about why Senkaku is on the brink. The first argument is you can see our analysis about how currently China is militarizing its as well as beginning to encroach upon Senkaku Alliance, as well as our analysis about how this is necessary to convince allies that we are going to continue to engage with the region, which means that we're able, that the only world we're continue to engage with via economic policies, we're able to resolve the question of militarization by multiple countries that have horizontal militarization as opposed to us using our military to be able to convince China to be able to back off in the first place. Case. They conceded the first two background arguments that we make. The first one is that we had a conference on the 13th, which created a new multilateral negotiations and how we are to engage with the question of Ukraine, specifically united Russia, as well as European countries to be able to work together and be able to resolve the questions of such things as nuclear deployment on the border and the threats that Putin made last year. They have also conceded the French foreign minister as well as Russian foreign ministers both have agreed that the Minsk agreement has been successful because it's decreased casualties in the last 2 weeks. It did not give up after 13 hours as a different agreement, but the Minsk agreement came about a week and a half ago, allowed for us to be able to decrease casualties and has been isolated by both sides as a way in which casualties will continue to decrease in the foreseeable future. Solve this debate. I want you to extend the fact that currently Russia has the potential of fly planes around the region. This is one indication that such things as anti-aircraft would increase media attention because it'd be seen a direct slide towards Russia, which encourages them to have continued aggression within the region. But also, you can see a trend number 3, which indicates that when we begin shipping these weapons into the region, specifically we have to move to the route of Poland, which gives Russia time to, one, be able to have justification to strike back against Poland and begin a war in the first place, because now they have a way to be able to prevent the transfer of anti-aircraft weaponry, but also as an indication of how they incorporates multiple countries to encourage Russia to backlash in the first place, which means that the media attention heightens the potential for Russia to have a reason to attack now as opposed to later. Also, our analysis above about how the Minsk agreement is currently being successful is indications that currently European countries are looking to peaceful negotiations which allow for us to resolve the tensions without the chance of Russian backlash. Advantage proper. I want you to extend the fact that the Minsk agreement has decreased militarization on the border. I then want you to look to the equilibrium arguments. They said non-unique because they're becoming more aggressive because of such things as railroad and transportations of weapons. One, you can see the Russian foreign minister, which isolated that this has decreased casualties, as well as encouraged a demilitarization of the zone, which allows for them to begin drawing down right now in status quo. The second argument is that you also can see that where we have anti-aircraft weaponry, it becomes necessary for Russia to counterbalance new and more potentially dangerous forms. Such things as airplanes flying overhead will seem a lot more peaceful when we actually have the potential of having such things as mines being placed on the border of the region, as well as the encroachment of Poland national sovereignty, which encourages countries to begin striking back against it. They've also conceded the MG number 5 argument, which is the turnabout European support causes natural gas to be cut off, which causes millions of individuals to actually lose access to such things as ability to be kept warm in the winter, which is necessary for them to be able to survive in the coming months. I also concede the fact that this is going to happen on March 20th, which means that the natural gas is a way in which we can force reconciliation, so long as we don't piss off Russia enough that they actually harm the agreements that are being struck right now in status quo. Should indicate is the indication why you have to be able to work with us in the future to solve the economy. Also, MG number 7 takes out all of the internal link. This is because they're having a negative 4% growth rate next year, which is preventing modernization as well as maintenance of the military that they have deployed on the border, which means that they can't maintain the military for the foreseeable future or be able to use it against Ukraine. They cannot move it in there because they are literally too poor to pay for it to happen. Also, the incident that they're isolating is from an article that came out today that talked about a nuclear threat from a year ago. It is not about them having tactical nuclear weapons that they're about to drop. It was a threat that Putin made and isolated could happen if they had continued to escalate in the past. Ukraine nationalism. All of our school solves arguments resolves this. Russia is not going to intervene and cause a military occupation. They can say historically they have never had permanent military occupation, which is an indication that de-escalation resolves 100% of this impact.
Overview, politics, background, solvency, the advantages and
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Overview, politics, case in the order of background, solvency, advantage 1, advantage 2. Is everybody ready? There are 3 reasons why we will be voting for Washburn LM definitively at the end of this debate. The first of which is that the disadvantage clearly outweighs the case. Intellectual property rights is necessary to research and develop pharmaceuticals that can cure diseases. This allows for ourselves to not only expand the United States and other nations' economies, but also be able to resolve the threat that diseases have on the international order. Also, this is key to denying China from becoming emboldened by establishing its own free trade area. Thus, militarization is inevitable in the squad. The only way to check back is by establishing the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The only way we can get the Trans-Pacific Partnership is to give the President trade promotion authority. Furthermore, you have conceded impact defense on both of the advantages. Both advantages impacts rely on Russia going to war, denying the autonomy of its own individual citizens in Ukraine, as advantage 2 says, and leading towards escalation, as advantage 1 says. But you have conceded that Russia not only can't fund the war, but also doesn't have the leadership necessary to be able to go to war, indicating that their plan is the only risk that war escalates, because it is seen as the United States and the West intervening in Poland that allows Russia the unique ability to check back there, but also the ability to deny natural gas contracts with the European Union, which it is seen as the United States escalating the conflict. The final reason you will be voting for Washburn LM is the impact calculus of probability and magnitude. We indicate that not only is the disadvantage impacts more probable in the impact calculus, but we have also given you reasons why the magnitude is not only more severe, but encompasses that of the affirmative. If there is a war with China, it draws in international actors, probably denies individuals' lives even more, turning advantage 2, while at the same time it risks escalation of conflicts that we cannot become involved in at the point that we're focusing on China, turning advantage 1 because we can't protect Ukrainian lives. on the politics. The story is simple. You have conceded the top half, that the Trade Promotion Authority will pass because it has this bipartisan support and is necessary to be able to have the United States engage multiple regions, and that the plan causes Trade Promotion Authority to bypass because it emboldens Republicans and Democrats. You have gone for these impact turns that are nonsensical at the point that patent rights are the only way medical industry can develop medicines and pharmaceuticals that can cure diseases, at the point that we are able to check back these patent trolling right now, to check back nations like India stealing U.S. medicine and spreading their own medicines to effectively nullify our market. It allows for ourselves to be able to solve for AIDS and other forms of diseases better. Your arguments about how increasing trade increases the ability for war is nonsensical at the point that the war is inevitable in this world. You have conceded that. All you stated on their impacts is that Senkaku is on the brink now. That means war is inevitable. It is only a question as to who can intervene and stop that war. The United States can't intervene with our economy now. It's the only chance we can post-plan via sticky power. And your poverty impacts of Advantage 2 don't outweigh, because if we do not have the necessary biologics and pharmaceutical development necessary, then millions of individuals around the world who are impoverished don't have access to medicine and can't cure their diseases. On the background, we are winning predictive uniqueness about how the direction of the peace process, specifically the Minsk Agreement, is functioning. Not only has it been seen as successful because casualties are decreasing, but it has also led to new negotiations with representatives from the United Kingdom, or Ukraine, Russia, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe that occurred on the 13th that led towards future compliance measures, i.e. the peace agreement is not only working now, but is set to work more into the future, which means that all of our turns on case have uniqueness because you gave Russia the unique propensity to not only be emboldened, but angered on the solvency debate. Any kind of ability for the United States or Ukraine to shoot down these planes escalates the conflict, angers Russia, and slides them to the point in which it forces talks to fall. Furthermore, you have conceded our Poland war, indicating that when we funnel this offensive military attack to Ukraine through Poland, it effectively creates the propensity for an attack there. On Advantage 1. You are non-responsive to Russia cutting off natural gas to the EU. If the United States provides this, millions of individuals will be lost without heating, electricity, multiple things necessary to continue their quality of life. You've conceded multiple arguments about how Russia can't go to war now. It is only a question if they get more emboldened, which the AF does. And on Advantage 2, our Squo Solves arguments subsume all this offense. It is only a question as to whose lives you prioritize, the people in the Squo or the lives that will be lost in the future.
Overview. TPA. Case in order. Okay, so is everybody ready? Okay. Sorry. Let's begin. You're going to be voting for Nevada MP in today's debate for several reasons. One, we give you a specific brink scenario saying that we need action now, or else we will further escalate into conflict. Furthermore, you're going to be voting on time frame. When we have the immediacy of the impacts, you're going to be the short-term effects. You're going to be referring that to long-term impacts because these are the ones we can tangibly see now, which is always going to be preferable. Furthermore, you're going to be seeing that most of your argumentation is going to be empirically denied. You're going to be which we'll evaluate on the case debate. Moving on to TPA. First, where's that? The first argument I have on TPA is that one, because you're going to be extending on Josh's analysis that he tells you why TPA is bad, because one, it allows for the increase of drug prices, which only further perpetuate poverty. We say poverty is the reason why you have escalation within the specific region, which is going to be, which is going to lead to the turn that this is going to be harmful Western corporation expansionism, which is always going to be turned because your scenario only further triggers the Senkaku Island triggers because it's seen as Western influence going into this region, meaning that you only further the DISAT only further functions to get to their impacts faster. Furthermore, we are going to find if you can grant them the arguments that the TPA is going to be key to style back for patent trolling in the future. However, you're never able to check back for the immediacy, meaning that right now prices are only if TPA were to be passed, it only allows for the prices to be increased, meaning that you push out people who cannot be able to afford it because there's no more generics. There's no reasons for the people to allow for generic drugs to be in the market because they don't have a profit motive. Meaning when you push that incentive out, you're going to be seeing that this only further triggers your poverty scenarios even faster because you push people out from getting medication that they will easily be treatable, just as AIDS or cancer. Yes, Josh.
means that these Asian countries are going to see that the Western influence is negative, and
They're
that's
gonna. This
to
is
trigger
going to be seen as giving the Western influence is going to be bad, meaning that this will trigger the Senkaku Island scenario even faster. You're going to be seeing that when you only further exacerbate the impacts of poverty and the Senkaku conflict, you're going to be seeing that this is going to be reasons as to why you're never going to be preferring this disadvantage. Anything else? No. Moving on to the case. You say most of the argumentation that they have on cases like the whole Minsk argument that these talks are occurring, and then what's really interesting is that Russians foreign leader, a minister on military, he says it's been decreasing. Of course he would say it's decreasing because it only favors his side even more. You're not going to be buying that argumentation. It's like saying Monsanto saying our products are good, like they don't harm the environment. Of course they would say that because it only allows for them to be able to be seen in a better light. We are going to be extending our analysis when we say even insofar this has been going on since 1996, how Russia's been cooperating against Ukraine. This is, and the fact that even the ceasefire, even the most stable, they even last 12 hours. This is going to be clear, giving you reasons why this particular region is going to be unstable, and why doing anything is going to be able to check back, because they have the SWO or the plan, and the plan is able to resolve most of these questions. Furthermore, on the solvency arguments, they say we're never able to check back against Russia. However, you're going to be extending on the analysis that in the past, using these anti-aircraft missiles have actually weapons like the handheld flares and stuff have actually worked in the past, meaning that we have a clear solvency of reasons as to why you're going to be preferring the affirmative, meaning that in the world we're able to provide this assistance. You're going to be seeing that there's going to be clear reasons as to why you're going to be preferring the affirmative. Furthermore, this is going to give you reasons as to why our time frame is going to be working in our favor, because we're having the immediacy of the impacts, because we are able to check back for Russian aggression now and be able to at least de-escalate the conflict that's occurring within the eastern front of Ukraine, as well as the Ukrainian Peninsula. Meaning that this is what in the world we're able to allow for the perpetuation of this turns factor is going to be key to checking back for any sort of conflict within this specific region, and as well as to be able to check back for Russia expansionism. Advantage 1, Ukraine. Most of your arguments are about the Minsk argument. However, you're going to be extending on the analysis where we give you a clear break scenario. Putin 2 days ago saying that this is going to nuclearize Ukraine and he is threatened to use these weapons specifically within the eastern front of Ukraine, meaning that this is giving you clear reasons as to why they have the motives to and technology to be able to use this, meaning that this is going to give you clear break scenario for the nuclear war scenario. Furthermore, you're going to be seeing that if in the world we're able to at least mitigate the effects, you're always going to be preferring that instead of perpetuating the effects. It's already happened in the status quo. We say SWO is bad. People are dying as a result of SWO. Without any intervention or without any aid, you're going to be seeing that this is only going to allow for the perpetuation of lost lives. Moving on to advantage 2, you're going to be seeing that this is going to be giving you reasons as to why this is going to be key to being able to give Russia back agency. In the world when it comes down to it, they just don't have enough. The SWO isn't doing enough, and by plan, we're able to resolve most of these questions that are left. And it's explained through the hard scenario coming out from the PMC.
Okay, yeah. I'll be right back.
Damn, I'm upgraded. Damn.
Ryan Kelly is the
Got
typewriter on the
two.
team.
There you go.
Ryan Kelly's the typewriter on the team.
Yeah, Ryan Kelly's supposed to be immaculate. It's ridiculous. How are you enjoying Kansas City? How are you enjoying Kansas City?
I haven't really enjoyed much of it.
Really?
I got here 11 last night.
Oh, you were on that flight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it sucked because I slept on the airplane most of the time. Then when I actually got to sleep, my body thought it was super early, and then I was tossing and turning. I was like, I should be falling asleep. So I only got 2 hours. So I'm exhausted. But it looks really nice. I mean, we went to puffs up over here.
What?
That's what goes on in this
Oh.
room.
I can't hear, I'm sorry. They're talking 12 steps. Oh, I can't even see those. I don't know what it says. 12 steps for alcohol anonymous. Oh, that's very useful for me.
It's very useful.
Is it St. Patty's Day? Yeah. Is it? I think so.
Tuesday.
I honestly don't know. I just
The
haven't
least
heard.
fun day.
That's the day the Irish debate should have been on now.
Just rearrange the NPDA schedule so the chairman starts a day earlier and Irish debates happen afterwards. So you just have 3 really miserable speakers.
It happened in between NPDA and
Usually does. Since NPT usually goes first. Still defend that NPT should always be first. Just saying.
Yeah, because it gives you some days of spring break.
I just like it more because then you don't have to try to get your NPT files done quicker because they always release them like the last day possible for research to happen, which means that no NPT prep time is a giant national tournament. That takes up some time.
The worst part is we had less time for APT prep this year.
Okay, ready if you are.
Okay.
Thanks! I had a great time this debate. Enjoyable, and I haven't seen one of these in a long time, actually, a single disad versus case debate, so that was kind of cool. I want to say, I actually thought it was probably a little bit closer, but I think there were probably some choices that were made in the last couple of speeches that could have made it even better. I'll just come right out and say it. I think you're behind on the case debate. They have basically specific, I don't know, turns, mini disads or something. I'm not totally sure the implication of them, but I do know that they're ahead on the status quo working for the 2 advantages. I just kind of buy into their description of what's going on with the Minsk agreement and the Minsk agreement as well for the minks out there. The Minsk agreement, I'm much more in favor of their description. Honestly, this is difficult. I'm with there was only a 12-hour ceasefire. It's just that they are kind of ahead on. There are a lot of international leaders that are buying in on this. There's enormous diplomatic credibility on the line. We ought to give it more of a chance to succeed. And the one thing I'm really concerned about is the plan shoots it in the foot. The plan is really perceived as a big attack against the Minsk agreement. And without furthering that, it seems like they're ahead on a lot of the case defense arguments. I guess there's something going on this they'll attack Poland argument just because there's not really an answer going on. I don't think it's really substantiated. I don't know what the impact of that is. I don't know why they would engage in that kind of a discussion. Russia, that is. I don't know why they would take that on, but there's no real answer to it. The natural gas argument is also not really answered. The implication is just that it would heighten tensions. These are all things that make me think maybe I should stick with the status quo, because there are a couple of terms that I'm not totally sure of the impact level. They're not as fleshed out as Ukrainian lives. And the PMC was very good and very clear on the advantages. It just seems like there's a good reason to stick with the status quo in this. It has a chance of eliminating a lot of these concerns on things. So there might be some other small things, but I'm overall kind of more tempted by their situation. The impact level of the Senkaku Islands is not really answered. This is part of your 2AC, the second proposition speed strategy, where you're all in on this impact turn about pharmaceutical corporation development. It means that you don't really touch the other impact other than to say this hoses Western influence. I'm fine with that, but even if it degrades Western influence, the original story of the disadvantage is not really contested, that the TPP allows the U.S. to engage economically with the region, and that engagement is probably different from if the engagement is based on pharmaceutical patents and things like that. It seems like there's an additional level of just, we do more trade in the region that they are talking about, that you probably need to answer to get that level of a turn on things. Here's the thing though, honestly, I think you could have made significant strides on this by going for the argument about pharmaceutical development, because your answer back doesn't really answer poverty. It's an inroad into disease, which are 2 different things. Your answer to the poverty discussion, they basically say, these pharmaceutical patents and things means that poor people cannot get access
Yeah.
to the drugs. And you made a correct answer that the patents are necessary to drive innovative research, and those are crucial to solving disease. And the example that you use is AIDS, and that's a great example. The only
Yeah.
problem is
That
that
doesn't
can
get there.
totally happen and still make it very expensive for people to get access to drugs. In fact, your AIDS example proves their point. AIDS also rips apart regions economically because they have to pay for medications
Okay.
in addition to the fact that the workforce is dying. You could have said this. You could have said biologics means you can solve for diseases, but nobody will ever be able to afford the medicine because it's produced with these incredibly expensive pharmaceutical patents. That level of the discussion doesn't really happen on things, and so it's really hard for me to say that's a crucial argument. But you did have, in the constructive speech at least, an impact calculus that structural conditions outweigh war conditions. They have an answer to this, and you need to answer that argument. They have an answer that value to life is a prior calculus, and that's the more important thing. And since we were all giving in on consequences, it seems like it's hard to come back now and say, no, really, it's the status of poverty around the world. It's not just the consequences of the plane's actions on things. But this is a possible inroad that you can develop more. What if you had done the PMR as just this argument for the entire thing? Just said, you're right, we lost the case. You're right, Sakako Island's probably a problem. But all those are consequentialist impacts. We said in the 2AC that structural violence was the most important thing. Here are, 12 reasons why that's true. Now all I have to do is win their answer back that biologics solve poverty, which is not true. So here's the discussion of that. It's a risky strategy, but up against the wall like this, it might be something that you want to entertain because it allows the impact to get you back to the debate. The reason you do it in the 2AC is to give yourself another offensive strategy. But if it's just one more area of the PMR in the overall line by line, if they've done their job in the constructive speech, there's going to be a lot of coverage on it. So it's going to take a detailed explication to try and dig it back out on things. So it seems like that's one possibility. I don't think you want it in this round because they do have an impact comparison that life is more important, and you didn't really say that disease is not the same thing as poverty. I think you kind of have to say that to get it. Without that, the impact of the Sakako Islands and these case turns are too big for me to ignore for things. But a fun, interesting round. What questions do you have?
Just one quick question. So do I just need to emphasize a bit more that like without patents and innovation, there just won't be any medicine to give, like it just won't even exist, which means that either way, poor people don't get disease help.
No, the thing that I would suggest is you need to make your argument about it's crucial to biologics, and then you need to say diseases outweigh poverty. Because disease spread also destroys areas, and you can even say it is more important for the economies of countries. Disease prevents workers from being able to, it means that people don't trade with you, it causes all kinds of things that cause problems.
Okay.
And that gives back into debate.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Snapchat?
Anybody not ready?
Let me get my stuff out of my
Yeah, of course.
magnificent
Okay, I grabbed
clipboard.
one. I accidentally grabbed one sheet of Noah's that just says poem on it. It just says poem.
Nothing else.
I'm saving it. That's awesome.
Here you go, sir.
I did not prepare that in that 20 minutes.
All right. Yeah, I got it beat up. I like it.
This is the nice
Cool.
round.
If at any point I am unclear or going too quick, please just say clear or slow, and I will accommodate accordingly. If I do not, Margaret will hit me, and then I will accommodate.
Okay. I like
So
this.
please do.
I like
Don't
that.
accommodate Zach, please.
All right. Resolved. The U.S. should send lethal military aid to Nigeria. A is inherited. The first time is that in November, the government of Nigeria requested attack helicopters from the United States to combat Boko Haram. 2 is the United States denied this and several subsequent requests for arms on the grounds that they are concerned about corruption. 3 is that in January, the United States prevented Israel from selling attack helicopters from Nigeria, indicating Nigeria has a persistent desire for these helicopters. The plan. The U.S. should provide lethal military aid to Nigeria in the form of attack helicopters. Again, the U.S. should provide lethal military aid to Nigeria in the form of attack helicopters. Here you go. Question? No? Cool. Salty? 1, the United States has this tech and the best possible technology in the form of Apache helicopters. 2, the United States provide these helicopters to others, including Pakistan and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, indicating that we have done this before. Advantage, Boko Haram, need this. 1, attacks across Nigeria have been very, very bad and have killed a lot of people. So far now, on January 12th, a series of attacks killed over 2,000 civilians. You could see it from space. It was so bloody. Little B is that on January 26th, Boko Haram was took the city of Maiduguri, which is a city of over 600,000 people. They're holding it hostage since. The little C is that Manguna, a town of over 100,000 people, has a large military facilities and is currently under Boko Haram control. Little 2 is that, or rather, the 2 is that current support is insufficient. So far now, the town of Baga was supposed to be protected by a joint Niger and Chadian force. However, in the face of Boko Haram, these forces literally turned away and fled, leaving civilians to get slaughtered. Someone views that human rights lawyer Clement Cuomo said that she is concerned about Chad's and Cameroon's forces, the human rights violations. The little C is that the current strikes have been unguided, i.e. they have been indiscriminate, just killed a lot of civilians. The 3 argument is that now with key to checking ISIS Boko Haram merger, someone at the Boko Haram pledged allegiance to and ISIS accepted them on March 13th. Someone views that ISIS said that they wanted to direct all potential new recruits to Boko Haram in order to join them and build their forces. Someone sees that yesterday Boko Haram bomb facility was discovered in northern Nigeria, indicating that they are currently amassing capabilities to engage in large-scale violent attacks. The link argument is that the United States intervention is key to solve. The first time is that attack helicopters are uniquely critical. So point A is that this is the aid that Nigeria specifically requested. They asked for it because they allow for unprecedented amounts of tracking capabilities. Basically, when somebody is getting away, you can easily track them. Also, it's uniquely critical because it allows you to close rapidly and then engage with people. You can get really, really close up and not have to worry about sending all of your troops on foot. It's also more effective than drones, the only other form of aerial support, because it allows cooperation between the United States and Nigeria on the question of fighting Boko Haram. Also means it's not a unilateral action by one country or the other. Also means we are able to train them and be able to train them to best operate these things. Also because they have the smallest possible smaller blast radii than the drones that Nigeria currently has, and can critical. The 2 argument is that U.S. is key to a long-term stability and a long-term strategy in the region. So point A is that they are the only actor that will pressure the Nigerian government. According to a statement by the White House press secretary, they will pressure the Nigerian government to do a better job and to increase the human rights protections of their own civilians. The little B argument is also spotlight the AU troops when the United States is also operating within the region. This is uniquely critical to be able to check back against human rights abuses by AU troops. The 3 arguments that we must act now. So point A is that the plan is key to act before ISIS allows Boko Haram to get too big, right? When Boko Haram is amassing their forces, they're starting to build bomb factories. You need to nip that in the bud before they are able to get too strong. And that now is uniquely critical. The impacts. The first is that the United States Council of Foreign Relations stated that over 10,000 people have been killed in the conflict with Boko Haram so far. That means that there have been thousands of people that have been killed. Also, tens of thousands more that have been displaced already.
Over a million,
people
actually. It's over 1 million people who've been displaced from Nigeria.
Over 1 million people that have been displaced both internally and outside of Nigeria, which is uniquely bad. We see that these people are literally not able to get access to food or water or have stable income, and they are literally living in constant poverty or being forced into refugee camps, which are uniquely terrible. The second, this conflict also spilled over to other areas, indicating that there will be a massive international conflict between Nigeria, Niger, and Cameroon, which are other areas where Boko Haram has staged attacks, indicating that Boko Haram will simply expand across most of Africa, indicating that there will be a massive amount of violence in Central Africa, indicating that there will be a large amount of deaths occurring in Central Africa. Do you have any questions about that? Sorry, I was unclear. No. Okay, cool. Advantage 2 is China. You eat this? China's rise is becoming more aggressive on every front. The first time that China's increasing belligerent with regard to its territorial ambitions. Subpoint A, outgoing intelligence chief of the Naval Pacific Fleet stated that Beijing is preparing for military action, and Xi Jinping's Chinese dream has a definite timeline. The subpoint B is that in 2013, China planted concrete blocks to basically the makings of a base in the Scarborough Shoal in conflict with the Philippines. Subpoint C is that Jamestown Foundation study on February 4th found that China wants a second aerial defense identification zone, which indicates that they are trying to expand regional hegemony over the South China Sea. 2 is that Xi is a formidable opponents. Former Defense Secretary Robert Gates stated that before, when China was belligerent, you can say that the PLA acted on their own. Now you have to understand that every single action being taken that's military by China is under direct approval by Xi Jinping. The three argument is that Nigeria is a unique test. China is using their economic ties to arm the Nigerian government and the status quo. Subpoint A, that the Sino-Nigerian bilateral trade agreement trades rose from 11.7 billion to 18.1 billion, and that's a 33% increase from 2013 to 2014. Subpoint B, at the same time, the United States cut off all oil imports, indicating that we are losing our economic hegemony in the region. Subpoint C is that China built and supplied two warships for Nigeria. Literally, they're the fourth largest warships in the Nigerian Navy. Admiral Usman Jibrin stated that the fleet transfers open a new vista in Chinese-Nigerian relations. The link arguments. The first is the plan forces China to move to diplomatic solutions. Subpoint A, they know that they cannot directly challenge the United States, and that the United States does not present a challenge to their economic interests. It just means that we are not allowing them to build up Nigeria as a proxy regional ally. There's two empirics for this versus Libya, and second is Iraq. The United States intervened in both these countries, and however, we did not take out resources or block Chinese claims. We did not pose a threat to them. Economically, the two of the plan is going to increase Jewish credibility by stabilizing the region. Subpoint A, we only have China. Literally, their only options are either fight the United States directly when we get involved, or cooperate. They'll obviously pick cooperation because that promotes long-term stability of their economic interests in the region. Subpoint B, we said that when we are intervening openly in lieu of China necessarily forces them to turn to a more open and a more transparent form of negotiations. The three arguments: the plan gives teeth to the Asian pivot, indicating the United States is critical about checking China's influence when it is problematic. The internal links. You have a question?
Yeah, who's going to be fighting, or who's going to be given the choice to fight and cooperate with who again?
Yeah, China is currently arming Nigeria, so it's a question of whether or not they make Nigeria into a new proxy to fight the United States, or if they're forced to back down and just cooperate with the United States and the Nigerian government. Cool. No further questions. Internal links? An aggressive China will lead to war. The first time that they will export this strategy, they have exported this strategy elsewhere. Subpoint A, after they sold warships and UAVs in 2014 to Nigeria, China did unprecedented amounts of sales of military equipment to South Sudan, indicating they will take this strategy elsewhere. Subpoint B is that the Philippines will not cause conflict. They accuse China of firing water cannons at their own fishers in the region off of the near Scarborough Shoals. Subpoint C is that Vietnam has also accused China of opening fire on their boats in the South China Sea, indicating the conflict is very likely right now. The two is the plan and the policy of non-interference is critical to resolving a proxy war. But Nigeria is currently embroiled in conflict. It's only a question of whether or not the United States is able to check China's influence. The impacts. The first is U.S. is a proxy conflict within Nigeria. This is uniquely bad because the United States from China would be literally staging a conflict in the region, killing tens of thousands. The second impact is a U.S. drawing over a conflict with either the Philippines or Vietnam. We've already given you the word to tell you that they're on the brink of conflict. It's only a question of whether or not we are able to divert against China's aggressive policy. If we show that China cannot succeed with that aggressive policy, we will avert a global war.
Two off. And case. Order. No, you're gonna need one.
Okay, sweet. Do you want the solvency sheet, or are you just gonna do the damages?
Yeah, I'm gonna hit your case in order. So like.
Yeah, I got you.
Sweet.
So the inherency, plan, solvency.
Okay, cool.
The entirety of that case that they just read is going to be proof why you're going to be voting for the K today. A is the framework. Excuse me, the first is the framework, A is the interpretation. The interpretation is that neg is entitled to one test of the affirmative's methodology. B, bad methodology leads to bad policymaking. Method of racism expressed leads to acts like the Holocaust. So the C point out of this is that only proximal agency comes from representations, and I will never be a politician because I'm a disadvantaged person of color with a criminal record for just drug use. The state will exclude me from ever becoming a policymaker. The D point to this is that policymaking is impossible under this paradigm. The structure will forever exclude people. Only the king or a fear is only going to be a policymaker. We are never going to be effective policymakers because we can only have a say, and we will never be the policymakers themselves. Go to the E point. The role of the ballot is to endorse the team that best deconstructs normalized statist violence. The role of the ballot is to endorse the team that best deconstructs normalized statist violence. 2 is the thesis. The one point is that normalized violence is embedded in the discourses of statism. The point is that statism is non-consensual. I was an American citizen at birth against my will. I had no choice in the matter. The B point is that I cannot leave. I only have one choice. I only have two choices. Either I leave my own state, in which case I have to be a member of another state, which will oppress me because they're our state themselves, or I can go to international territory, which is the body of a conglomerate of states, which means I have no choice in the state. The C point to this is that all states are sustained by external violence. Look at Manifest Destiny, where we went into the Americas to colonize because we felt it was our right, and then we used violence against the Native American peoples. This is the root cause of all things like colonization. The 2 point is that an uncritical acceptance of power of the state is a prior question to all violence and genocide. The 8 point to this is that Eric Garner was murdered by police for selling loose cigarettes, what the state deemed a crime, and was killed because he sold things that the state didn't like him selling. The B point is that normalized state violence erases the ability to consider alternate solutions. World War I was started because pacts formed and they aligned with each other, and the dominoes fell into place, and it made peace impossible because one side was allied or was fought against another. The Axis fought the Allies, and this led to World War II, which created Hitler. The C point to this is that every rejection is a prerequisite to an improvement of the lives of people. You must reject statism first in order to improve the lives of people. Go to the link.
Question?
Yes.
How are all states bad, and are there no states that are ever made through internal violence or just an internal state?
There's a lot of states that are made towards internal violence, but they also express external violence. Any violence is bad. I'll explain more later. Go to the links. 1. The affirmative supports supports the extension of the United States' power through military means. The A point is that they do this through the United States federal government with a legacy of violence. They had a choice. The B point of this is that they had a choice. You didn't have to use the United States federal government. You could have you had a wanky definitions of the military. You could have defined lethal differently. You could have defined the United States federal government differently, but you didn't. You chose to use the United States federal government as your actor to go into Nigeria and to give these helicopters. This is exacerbated by when you look at your advantage number. Your advantage number 1, where you say that we won't be using unilateral action, we'll be using other states' action, which means you are using the states that are exactly enacting violence against people. The 2 point is this: is that the affirmative extends the history of racist intervention in Africa and doing so in service of their own empire. The A point is this: is that entry into Africa is always racist, even when it's masked by motivations of humanitarian reasons. They say that they're going to save these people, but this is simply a masking of what they're actually going to do, which is enforcing their own statism and to change the state that they think is wrong and to make it better, the correct state, according to their opinion. I'll get you at the bottom. The warrant for this is the Title I dumping. We destroy local agriculture by artificially buying our own agriculture for higher prices so that we kill the local economies of African nations. The A point to that is that the underview of this. Each link and subpoint is an independent reason to reject the affirmative. Every single one of these links is a choice that the AF made on purpose. Therefore, each link functions as a disadvantage, a unique disadvantage to functions as a unique disadvantage. C, the C point. Representationally, this choice is reprehensible because it erases the entire history of colonialism by masking it. Yes.
Okay, so you say that any entry into Africa is always racist. What about when entries that are requested?
Entries that are requested are still racist because you operate under the assumption that they need your help, and you operate under the assumption that even when they ask for help, that they're asking for your help because they think that you are the white man, that it has the power, and therefore they only need, they have to get this help from another person. Going to the impacts. 1. Infinite cyclical violence. The state thinks the states thrive on infinite cycle of violence. Look at Yale journalism with William Hearst, which he said, give me the pictures and I will make you a war. They feed off of this infinite cycle of violence. B point is this: is that statist violence justifies other statist violence. They talk about other states are doing bad things like Africa. Specifically going into Nigeria because they're not humanitarian and they're doing bad things. Therefore, we have to go in and then enact our own statism. The second, this is warranted through Northern Ireland violence, and it won't end because they enact violence against each other and then they justify it and then continue to enact that violence. Also, drone death, when we go into other countries and use drones, or in this case, helicopters, that leads to the creation of ISIS fighters because you lose your families.
Question, sir, what's the Northern Ireland analysis?
The Northern Ireland analysis is the reason that they're fighting is because one state says, I'm one state and you're another state, so they fight each other. The C point of this is that the infinite cycle of violence always leads to the use of weapons of mass destruction. The 1 pointer of this is that weapons of mass destruction is how states check each other in the world of mutually assured destruction. The 2 pointer of this is that this provides that people are going to provide weapons to rebels that leads to an incentive to use an asymmetrical warfare to check back, which means you send in these helicopters now, and that leads to asymmetrical warfare because you are going to displace people. You talk about how you're going to save people, but it's ultimately going to lead to the displacement of individuals which you deem worthy of displacement, but others aren't worthy of displacement, according to you. The number 2 impact of this is the politics of disposability. States are racist, and they teach people to be racist. Just like when you look at the United States, where they banned Mayan poems because it teaches people to relate to the outside the state. You have to we do things in order to prevent people from going outside the state. This is inevitable because it creates groups like the Klan. In the United States, we had politicians being bought out by the Klan. That's why we have civic buildings named after Klan members. The key point is that it destroys potential for revolutionary action. That's why the FBI said, quote, "We killed Zorro" when Martin Luther King died, and why they released a letter derailing King and telling him to kill himself because of the movements he was creating. The deep point is that bodies of color, according to the United States federal government, are considered 3/5 humans, and the equal rights amendments have constantly been defeated, and the edifice of the United States is built on stolen native land. The alternative is to embrace the non-aggression principle. The alternative is to embrace the non-aggression principle. Yes. Solvency. A. Embracing the non-aggression principle dissolves the state by destroying violence necessary for its existence. The B point to this is that the non-aggression principle creates a community outside of the states. It allows people to be recognized as agents that mutually agree to not commit violence. The C point of this is that this creates lines of flight from statist trap. The D point of this is that lines of flight challenge the basis of aggression, creating the necessary space for non-violence. The E point to this is that this only happens when we spread our message through your ballot. All right, go to their case. This entire case perpetuates the problem that I identify within my criticism. They say we need to use violence in order to stop this other violence, but it only leads to a cycle of violence. And utilizing the state means that we will always be put under the state's thumb because we have no choice in the matter. And the only way we can stop this is by utilizing the non-aggression principle, which says I will not initiate violence. I will only respond reciprocally. So by utilizing the non-aggression principle, we are solving back entirely.
Alright, the order is case in order. Okay, straight down. Got it?
Yeah.
Or what I meant to ask is everyone ready?
Yep.
Cool. On your solvency, your only argument is that this will create a cycle of violence that leaves us under the state's thumb, but you have never articulated how state violence is worse than non-state violence. You have literally never made a unique argument of why the state is uniquely more capable of violence or enacts worse violence than non-state. That is devastating for you, given that you have conceded all over the case that there's non-state violence that is being enacted in the status quo. Sure, perhaps there's a slight risk that the plan gets under the state's thumb, but currently people are under Boko Haram's thumb. They are under ISIL's thumb. They are under the thumb of people who are non-state actors, and you have never made an argument that says that the state violence will necessarily be worse in the world of the plan. You have conceded that this violence is necessarily horrible. It has killed 10,000s of people and displaced more than 1 million. I think people will simply outweigh you on the non-state violence that is occurring in the status quo being worse. That is fine. Case. You can extend the entirety of the uniqueness. You can extend the Boko Haram is taking gains and that they are killing thousands of people and that they are enacting torture and dehumanizing people and selling girls into slavery. Additionally, you have conceded that there is no other option to address Boko Haram other than the United States because the current policies are not working, and you have necessarily conceded that now is key to checking the ISIS Boko Haram merger. This is devastating for you because there's not ever a reason why voting for the alternative is key. Now you can certainly deconstruct the state at a different time, but we absolutely have to counterback for ISIS in order to avoid our conceded impacts. Now, you can send the entirety of the links and the impacts. You've simply conceded this. We will absolutely outweigh you. That's fine. China. You can extend the entirety of this advantage. It is utterly conceded. This is devastating for you because you have conceded that it will necessarily go to extinction in a world where you're not able to check it for China. It will necessarily go nuclear. They are developing nuclear subs in the status quo, which indicates that there's a high propensity for this to occur right now, and it is necessary for the United States to check this back. This will always outweigh the impacts on the criticism because you don't have an extinction impact, and it is impossible for us to ever address the impacts on the criticism in a world where all people and all future generations are dead. Criticism framework. Standards. The first argument is the bad methodology does not necessarily produce bad policy. The little A under this is the penicillin. It was discovered completely by accident, but it saved millions of lives. The little B under this is the abolition movement. They thought really messed up things about black people, but they still ended up fighting for a good cause altogether, which indicates that bad methodology can necessarily equal good policy, but additionally good methodology can equal bad policy. The people who went into Iraq were obviously assholes, but they thought that they were doing a good thing to build democracy, and obviously it didn't go very well for them. This proves that there's no internal link between methodology and policy, which indicates that there's no reason why your criticism links to our affirmative. Next. You said that the only proximal agency is in Iran, but you've not made an argument why we don't get access to FIA, which indicates that that's unnecessary. But the next argument is that policymaking is necessarily good. It's the only thing that is able to afford action and is able to address the proximal harms that are occurring in Nigeria. Adopting a principle of non-aggression is simply not sufficient to do that, and staying in Iran is simply not sufficient. And the next argument is that it's good for us to practice as policymakers, because if we are able to practice as policymakers, eventually we can enter into policy and hope to make it more inclusive and make it better, which indicates that it is always good for us to at least try, because the possibility exists, and policymaking is necessarily the most direct form of reducing harms. Now, that's fine. You say role of the ballot. We said that the role of the counter-interpretation, the role of the ballot should be who best decreases harm. The role of the ballot should be who best decreases harm. You say that it should only be about deconstructing normative status violence, but this is devastating for you, given that you conceded case, because you only talk about status violence and you not made an argument about why that uniquely outweighs non-status violence, which indicates that reducing harm is the better framework for this round. Now, right, cool. Let's go to the. Yeah, let me think about this. Let's go to the links. Quick overview. All of their links are predicated as a question of affirmative choice. They also, the underview is that all of them are undergirded by the fact that we chose them, but the resolution necessarily says the United States, which indicates that we didn't have much of a choice, which means that you simply don't get a link based on your own analysis. Now I will answer the link specifically. The first, you said that this is something that is increasing U.S. power through military use, but you conceded that the vast amount of offense that we're claiming off of the affirmative is helping people, and you also conceded that Nigeria has specifically requested this, and that we've denied it multiple times, which indicates that we are a unique reversal of the denial of help for Nigeria that we've done before, and the fact that we didn't send them helicopters before was based out of our own self-interest. We were afraid of how China would react, which indicates that this is necessarily a unique reversal of our own self-prioritization and an altruistic action. Next. The next agreement is a link turn. Non-state violence is necessarily worse. You have not isolated any specific state violence that will occur in a world with a plan, or how the state is somehow worse than non-state violence, and that is not specific, and there is no time frame to any of those impacts. But you've conceded that there are proximal impacts that are going on now that are killing 10,000 people and displacing millions of others, and that there is something that the state can do to address it. The fact that you conceded that the plan necessarily solves means that there's a chance that the state can be good, and we should probably work for that. Yeah, what's that?
What's a non-state actor?
A group that is not recognized as a state.
I mean, do you want like an example or like a?
Yes,
I
like
think
Boko
his
Haram is
answer
an
was
example.
Boko Haram is an example. They're not a state. Next, you said that this necessarily extends the history of racist intervention in Africa, but no, this is not an extension of the racist history in Africa, because guess what? Neither China nor the United States ever directly colonized Africa, which indicates that the only extension of the historical racism of the scramble of Africa would be if Britain or Italy or France or another country went in, which indicates that that's not true, and that's fine. On the index.
They say each link is an independent reason to reject.
What?
They say each link is an independent
Oh
reason
yeah.
to reject us.
You say each link is an independent reason to reject us. I've answered all of these arguments. Also, actually that's fine. On the impact. Cool. The first argument is that the state is necessarily inevitable. You've not explained how you're all somehow able to reject the state. Your only articulation is that somehow the lines of flight are sufficient to solve, but all of your own word analysis about how the state cracks down on movements indicate that the state is necessarily inevitable. You say that resistance movements have been cracked down. That probably means that lines of flight are not sufficient to solve unless you change the power dynamics. You can run away from prison, but they can still catch you. The police can send you back. Fugitive slaves ran away, but they were still caught and sent back, which indicates that there's only a chance. If the state is necessarily inevitable and challenging it, if we don't have equal power balance is impossible. It means that we necessarily have to go through the state and try to solve it. The next argument is the state is necessarily good. The first argument is the states are key to national determination. Ask Franz Fanon. The process of state building and building an anti-colonial state was necessarily a very important product of self-determination for people in Algeria and Mozambique, and Fanon is all about that. And the second argument is that they're key to national determination because states allow for democracy and equal representation in a world absent state. There's no unified form of government that can ever become representative. And the fact that you've conceded that 1 million people have been displaced from Nigeria and they have elections coming up in less than a week, which indicates that it is necessarily key in this specific proximal instance in order to make that government more representative. The next argument is that states are necessarily enact better violence than non-state actors. This is because they sign onto treaties that require them to adopt laws respecting human rights and laws of war. This is simply not true for places like Boko Haram or ISIS. Ask ISIS because they just used chemical weapons on a bunch of people, which indicates that non-state violence will necessarily be worse. And the fact that Boko Haram just has access to a bomb facility now means that these kinds of attacks are necessarily coming, but the state is able to check that back. Now, you say Northern Ireland. Yeah, Northern Ireland was a quest for self-determination. Maybe, well, that's silly. Next, the next argument is that your articulation is that the state is somehow the root cause of all of these problems. No, homie. I think oppression existed pre-state. I think people were still pretty sexist pre-state, and the advent of the formal nation state came around in World War I, and pre that there were obviously a shit ton of wars. The Ottomans fought a bunch of wars. Obviously, people colonized people, went to West Africa way before the regular form of a nation state ever existed, and sold people into slavery, which indicates that all of the problems of racial justification, sexual oppression, and violence and war exist outside of the state, and the state is not necessarily the root cause. The state is, in fact, is the best way to address all of those problems because it is able to create a representative government that can be beholden to treaties and laws that can check back for those kinds of violence. The alternative. The first argument is a permutation. Do the plan and embrace the non-aggression principle. Do the plan and embrace the non-aggression principle. The first argument is that this permutation is necessarily legitimate because you say that we should only, your articulation of the non-aggression principle is that you only respond in kind to aggression that is enacted against you. We say that this is necessarily an articulation of that because Nigeria has requested this and they are responding to Boko Haram, which started the conflict, which indicates that this is necessarily legitimate. And the net benefit is that we are able to solve for all of case. You can cross-apply the analysis I did that says that you are lines of flight are simply not sufficient to solve, and you can't destroy the violence that's necessary for the state's existence if violence exists outside the state, which indicates that the state will just reassert itself.
Alright, so first, I'm going to just, let's see, I think I'm just going to hit the K, and once I get down that is same order, framework down. And then I'm also going to, alright, solvency first, then K.
Solvency?
Yeah, their solvency, then K. Okay.
And then the rest of the F, or?
Yeah, 5 times.
Okay.
I don't think I need it,
Cool.
so. Anybody not ready?
Go for it.
All right. First quote, the solvency, where they say that this quo is absolutely not solving. However, when you look to the status quo, where Boko Haram has asked ISIS for help simply because they have not been gaining any more power, where they are trying to take over and are in fact losing power, we see that the status quo has been solving. And what's been happening in the status quo? Well, the United States have been giving bulletproof vests and transport to the areas in which Boko Haram was trying to overtake. So we see that, yes, the status quo does solve when you use the non-aggression principle and you non-aggressively interact with these states to help. This is what solves. So we see that using the non-aggression principle, not inducing any kind of aggressive violence, such as, deploying helicopters against Boko Haram, is solving for this right now. So when we see that the status quo does solve, that the non-aggression principle does solve, we're solving not only in the fiat world, but we're also going to be winning the K argument as well. Go to the perm. Go to the perm. So at the point where our opponents say that they can perm because they're simply using the non-aggression principle, my first response to this is that you are not using the non-aggression principle. Currently, Boko Haram is not enacting any kind of violence against the United States whatsoever. This is something that is being, and this is the aggressive inducement. This is exactly where you are initiating with Boko Haram. Now, my opponents say that, oh, it's just simply a response because these areas that are being affected by Boko Haram are asking for help. No, this is, but when you look at the argumentation that that goes unresponded to, that my partner says, that right now what they want the people, Cameroon, the Cameroonians, they want help from Boko Haram, and that's what we have been doing with these bulletproof vests. That's what we've been doing with transport and this non-aggressive way of intervening. So when we see that we are intervening non-aggressively, excuse me.
They said that we're going to respond to Boko Haram. This is a response to Boko Haram. However, the federal government is co-opting the non-aggression principle as
yes. What we see the government doing right now is they are actually adhering to the non-aggression principle by not inducing any further violence, by simply giving bulletproof vests, transport to these individuals that have been.
You can't do both.
Yeah. The reason that the perm just doesn't interact at all is you can't non-aggressively and aggressively engage a state at the same time. It's simply not possible.
Question.
Yes.
If the state is inherently violent, then how is it possible for a state to engage non-violently in a productive way?
How
How is it possible for the score to solve if the state still exists?
They're simply adhering to the I'm saying the state in the status quo is adhering to the non-aggression principle because they are not engaging with Boko Haram. They're simply giving non-aggressive aid to those affected by Boko Haram. So moving on. So the perm can't exist here. So you're not going to be voting on the perm. So let me move on. Going down to the framework where they say that the role of the ballot. Framework, yeah, the E point where they say the role of the ballot is whoever best decreases harm. However, we see that through their fiat plan, they are certainly inducing harm because they are endorsing the non-aggression principle and they are endorsing all the effects that go along with this. So, with that in mind, whether you take the framework that endorses where you endorse the team that deconstructs non-aggression deconstructs violence the best, or you want to talk about decreasing harm the most, we're going to be winning on both these points of framework. So I'm going to move on to the thesis.
No, go to bad methodology. They say bad methodology leads to good policy, and good methodology leads to bad.
Oh yes, yes. On the interpretations of the framework, we'll go to where our opponents say that that bad methodology doesn't necessarily lead to.
Penicillin is a non-aggression principle. Going into Iraq, not the non-aggression principle. Going into Iraq, even if they have good intentions, is still bad methodology.
Yeah, going into Iraq, even with good intentions, is bad methodology. We see that this has been bad decisions, especially when our relations have been affected so poorly in the Middle East, when the people of Iraq and the government of Iraq want us out, even though we meant well and we went in aggressively in an attempt to simply restabilize, supposedly to restabilize the country and create structure. That failed miserably, and that not only did we fail to produce the result because we weren't able to construct an effective, unsustained government, but also we see through this that this is just another demonstration that using aggressive means of solvency just simply do not work. Again, this has also been further proven through the Holocaust, is the example my partner gave. So.
They say that they can make it more inclusive. However, the extent where we say king or few are the only policymakers.
Yeah, again, also the only people that are able to make a difference right now are those people that are actually in the policy-making decisions. When my partner here says that he can't become a policymaker simply because of a drug offense, and then our opponents come back saying, well, we can turn into policymakers because they're eligible. This is the kind of exclusion that we endure. Those who are eligible to get into policy are the only ones that make a difference. Not the ones that, regardless of the voice, regardless of opinion, that is all completely excluded.
Extent where you say policymaking is impossible under the status paradigm.
Yeah, and this is because of the state that my partner here would be excluded from policymaking. So this is something because we embrace the non-aggression principle, encourage the existence of the state, and endorse this use, that we're also going to be winning the framework as well. So moving on to the links. See, the first link where we tell our opponents that the affirmative supports the extension of the state power by using the U.S. federal government because the resolution called for this. They could have used a non-state actor that was still the United States because the resolution did not call for the use of the U.S. federal government explicitly. It simply called for the use of the United States. Moving on to underview. The underview is that in the first response where they say that each link, where we say that each link is a reason to reject the affirmative, they simply say that non-state violence is worse. However,
Boko Haram is a state.
Boko Haram is considered a state. They're an entity in which
even though they're not considered a state by other states, they are a state actor because they utilize violence against other people.
Yeah, the demonstration. The reason that we can see that Boko Haram is absolutely a state because they do not acknowledge the non-aggression principle. They simply resort to aggression, the kind of rejection that aggression that we as the negative reject through this criticism.
The fact that other
and
states
the fact
don't
that
recognize
other states don't recognize them
is proof that they are just being rejected by the state. They're a state.
It's just proof that they're being rejected by the state. It's state versus state. States not interacting well, so they both resort to violent actions. This is what leads to the warfare. This is what leads to the cyclical violence. Is when states are disagreeing with each other. Instead, they should be resorting to the non-aggression principle that is being endorsed and advocated for here today by the negative team.
Extend where you say Title I dumping, the United States does that against Africa. We don't have to.
Extend the point across where my partner talks about the Title I dumping, and how this has affected Africa as well. Again, I must reiterate that we're looking right now. We are looking at although Africa has been looking for help and assistance. Cameroon has been looking for assistance with Boko Haram. The problem here is they want the kind of help that they're getting in the status quo. They want the assistance, they want the bulletproof vest. Because history shows that when the United States comes to intervene for these really these righteous reasons that, we just want to help out, they end up tearing down these other societies that they try to build up. They end up ruining the relationships that they have with these countries, and they end up causing violence when they resort to these aggressive kinds of manners. So what we're saying is we need to keep intervention here at a minimum, and it needs to be in a non-aggressive manner. So, moving on to the impacts. First go to the impact where we talk about cyclical violence, and I'm out.
What's the order?
It's going to be just K, and then I'm not really going to be going on the flow very much. So essentially, we are going to be winning this round today, and it's an easy vote for Palomar VJ because we still have all access to the links page. We showed time and time again how because they had the choice, they say, oh, we don't have the choice because the resolution specified. We extended where we talked about how you could define things differently. We talked about how like the United States operates and has these oppressive measures within Africa. It's not just Britain, France, and Italy which goes into Africa, and that would be oppressive. Like they said, if it were Britain, France, and Italy, then you'd have the access to the link. But since the United States specifically is still oppressing Africa, this is an extension of that oppression. And that is an independent reason you're going to be voting against the negative today. Like I said, you just have to have one reason to vote against the negative, and we're at the point where they don't respond to our underview that says each link and subpoint is an independent reason to reject the app. You're going to be voting for the negative. Go to the solvency page, or go to the framework page where my partner makes it very clear that policymaking is impossible. They talk about how you need to make it, that they'll be able to make it more inclusive, and that eventually we'll be able to do it because good method leads to bad policy, and bad policy leads to good method. Or excuse me, the other way around. However, we've shown time and time again that when you don't adhere to the non-aggression principle, that's when you get bad things. Every one of their examples is when you disregard the non-aggression principle. Like when they talk about getting penicillin, that's a good thing. Well, he didn't have to enact violence against another person in order to get penicillin. When you look at Iraq, they might have been thinking good things, but that doesn't mean that their methodology was good. It doesn't matter what their intentions were. If they do bad things, that's the bad methodology, and that's what leads to violence and oppression. So you can see that the state, time and time again, they like to phrase this like, oh, we're going in to help, but that is exactly what our criticism is about. Whenever they help or try to help another state, they are just reinforcing that cycle of violence which will never end. They say that Boko Haram isn't a state, it's a non-state actor. However, I'm sure Boko Haram views itself as a state that's simply been rejected by other states. It is a odd man out that is utilizing violence in a response to other states' works. That means that since Boko Haram is a state actor utilizing violence against other state actors, or if you want to believe them, a non-state actor utilizing violence against other non-state actors, that is the reason you're going to be voting for the negative, because that cycle of violence happens simply due to the fact that states cause that violence. Then they say that essentially that the state is inevitable. However, we made arguments that there's an infinite cyclical violence that can only be ended when you make when you make the methodology, when you change your methodology to move away from aggression. That move away from aggression and that embracing of the non-aggression principle, which they say the perm solves for, is outlandish. The only way for you to embrace the non-aggression principle is to not initiate violence. If the violence or force has been initiated against you, that is your way out. That's when you can initiate violence back. However, the United States has had no violence, and they have shown no violence initiated against it. So it, as an actor, cannot initiate violence against Boko Haram. They say that they're doing it on behalf of Nigeria. However, that in and of itself is a violation of the non-aggression principle. It's why when the state imprisons people, that's a violation of the non-aggression principle when you are when you're enacting force against an individual on behalf of another. The only way that it could be appropriate is if it's reciprocal. However, by sending these helicopters, it's not reciprocal. The violence is escalation and not... So like looking here, they say they're simply responding to Boko Haram. This response is way overblown and it will only lead to a greater cycle of violence. Then they talk about the impact. So let's look at the impact scenario. When we look at the unresponded C point under my first impact, which is that the...
Okay. Overview, the impact page of the critique, then the rest of the case breakdown. So framework, no one's talking about the thesis, so lengths, and then alternative. Is anyone not ready? Cool. The AF resolves a proximal instance of massive violence. You have no analysis out of the criticism as to how the alternative will solve for the fact that Boko Haram is killing hundreds of thousands, or has displaced hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions, and caused the deaths of thousands. No analysis as to how China's imminent rise to the region or their aggression in the South China Sea is unable to be resolved by the alternative indicates that you or necessarily allowing for extinction of the human race. Now, on impact count, the first argument is that you should prefer our magnitude because it's a prior question. 7 million people in all future generations indicates that you have no possibility to reorient your methodology in a world where we're all dead. Indicates that if there is any risk that we solve the AF's impacts, you will not to vote F because we can do the K later. The next argument is you should first for specificity. There, all of their impacts are nebulous and never terminalized in any way, shape, or form. Where are the bodies in the flow? They are not there. Our analysis of thousands of people have been killed right now indicate that we are far more specific and our scenarios are just better. The next argument is you should prefer probability. There is a probable chance that Boko Haram does not have to exist. You can see an analysis that the state simply does have to exist, and it's too entrenched, indicating that because the state is inevitable, you will not be able to solve any of your impacts. They're not net offense for you. Now, the F proper. You say Boko Haram as ISIS felt incorrect. Our whole analysis has been that they pledged allegiance in the first place. Also, this argument is nonsensical. The cause of the debate not contextualized in any way, shape, or form. Not a reason why the negative should win this debate. You said the U.S. is giving non-lethal type right now, and that's a principle of non-aggression. Okay. They're giving military equipment right now, like body armor and armored personnel carriers right now to the government so that they can wage a war against Boko Haram. What is the bright line between giving a weapon that has a gun on it and a bright line and giving a suit of armor that allows you to fire your gun just as well? There is no distinction between these two things that is meaningful in any way, shape, or form. You will just give us the permutation that we are responding to a proximal instance of violence that Boko Haram initiated that is uniquely problematic. The AF. It's conceded. Don't make me reinvent the wheel here. Margaret extends all of it, tells you it goes to massive amounts of violence and extinction, conceded 100% probability of solvency. Your impacts. You've conceded the state is inevitable. You concede analysis that your line of fight will just get cracked down on. That means that there is no possibility for alternative solvency. You try and do the trick in the LOR with your D-rule argument, but that would need to be, that argument would only make sense in the context where the state was not inevitable, right? If the state is inevitable, then none of your link arguments matter, because the link arguments do not generate unique offense for you. And you could run away but still get caught, right? The argument is that you will always have to get found and cracked down on, which means that the state will necessarily not be resolved by the alternative. That means it's just a question of how we better orient ourselves within the state, and the permutation is the best thing that does that. Now, once you consider all of the analysis says that the state is good. It's critical to national determination, critical to democracy, equal representation, critical to democracy via elections, and also critical to mitigate the worst abuses of human rights. I.e., ISIS doesn't have to sign a treaty, Boko Haram doesn't have to sign a treaty, indicating that there is massive amounts of violence that will occur in a world where we do not have the state, only a risk of that we prevent that by retaining the state. And extend the analysis that all of your oppressions, existed pre the state, indicating that the state's not necessarily the one-to-one cause for all of these arguments, indicating that there are dissets getting rid of the state, including the AF, and also your AF does not, your alternative does nothing. The framework arguments. You say that going in is still a bad method. We say that good and bad are fundamentally subjective, right? We say that good intentions or good methodology are framework, yeah, right? Going into Iraq was still a bad method. We said that you have not defined what exactly about it was bad in the first, but you said that going in was bad. We said that good and bad are probably subjective. We should just focus on the policy impacts so you can concretely weigh the consequences of your actions. Also, we said that the app is anything different from the Iraq intervention anyway, because we're giving a local force the ability to eject massacres that are occurring within their own state boundaries, indicating that we are not the same thing as going into the war in Iraq. Now you say that we are publicly talking about policy. We said this is not contextualized to any part of the rest of the debate. Not is it contextualized the reason why the firm should lose this round. Also, the state's inevitable, so you should probably try to engage with it. If you can't engage with it, you should probably try to still appeal to it from the outside. We said those things are still available in a world of the AF, probably foreclosed by a world of the alternative. Next, your links. All right. You say Boko Haram is a state. We say this shift is awful. We say that would mean any agent committing violence is a state, which is absolutely nonsensical. That's your definition. We say that's silly. The definition that I give you when you ask for one is that the state is an entity recognized by other countries as legitimate, right? We say that how else would they be granted authority, right? The reason why Boko Haram is a non-state actor is because they're not recognized as the legitimate governor, indicated that we should be able to, that is the bright line for a state. We are not engaging in status warfare just because Boko Haram is engaging in problematic behavior right now. Do I need anything else here, Margaret? Okay, on the perm. All right. I want you to extend Margaret's argument that this is only a response in kind. Your principle of non-aggression is that you can only respond in kind. So that Boko Haram started it, given that we are just allowing Nigeria to finish it, indicates that we are still in line with the principle of non-aggression. Yeah.
It's not the U.S. using the weapons. We're giving them to Nigeria.
Obviously, the United States is not the one that's going to be using it, right? Your only argument here is that there's no violence against the United States right now. We said it's fine. We're giving them weapons, so the United States is not directly acting, and the state can necessarily do this. You give us the arguments that the state can give body armor, and that's okay. State can give personnel carriers, and that's okay. No distinction why attack helicopters are uniquely different. They have the word attack in the name, but that does not necessarily mean that they're fundamentally distinct, right? The analysis is just, can the United States still follow the non-aggression principle by giving a piece of technology to a different country? The answer is yes. That means you conclude that the permutation is legitimate, and you vote for the affirmative.
Good job.
Good round.
Good job.
Remind me of your names one more time.
I'm AJ.
Trevor.
Trevor. Cool.
Okay.
And Margaret.
Nice to
You're
meet you,
good
Margaret.
at names as I am.
I am.
Yep.
I think I'm worse.
Wish we had some more resolutions.
You're so into this.
I'm so good. I would 1,000% be the IRA if I were Huh?
What is that?
Oh, like the IRA.
Yeah,
the Northern Ireland, yeah.
The IRA's goal in the 70s was to get a unified Ireland.
I think that at the point where you're even if I buy your framework arguments, which I think are a little bit outdated, you might want to look into terms of how your framework is going to specifically preclude them from running their policy impacts against your criticism and leveraging those. And the
Right.
point where I don't get that analysis from you guys, case straight outweighs.
Right.
Especially when if you're running a criticism, like link it to numbers. Like criticism can outweigh, but you're not even outweighing. I'm just not getting any of that from you guys. And especially, it's kind of damning when the MO drops all of the arguments on impact. So like that becomes a really easy way to vote, which means the state's inevitable. It means that if anything, I'm buying that the state is good.
Yeah.
So even if I concede all of their link arguments, which I also think that they're winning a little bit on,
Yeah.
then that means that the state's good. So of course I'm going to support the state. Additionally, I also think that the weird, and I thank you for identifying the weird shift where all of a sudden a state actor is anyone who commits violence. You're like definitionally linking them into like anytime you commit violence, therefore you are a state. Doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. You have to provide some articulation between a state and a non-state, what violence is, when it is not, when you're actually adhering to the non-aggression principle, which, to be fair, is my favorite alt because on my flow it says embrace NAP, which I was like, by all means. At that point, then I think that the fact that the United States isn't using the weapons means that the perm can still function. So even if I buy all your offense on the K, which I don't, perm still solves back. There's also no chance for the alternative to be able to solve their impact scenarios when you don't get to case and give me any leverage of those impacts.
Yeah.
Then I have to vote for the government.
Yeah, for sure.
Questions?
Nope.
Okay.
Thanks, so good luck.
Thanks. Thank you.
See you later. Good job, everyone.
Bye.